Hello? Okay, we're good now. Sweet. Hello. Good morning. It's a Saturday morning. It is a lovely Saturday morning for game dev. So that's what we're gonna do. And that's just what I'll do. These hands are made for coding. Come on, Twitch, where you at? My feed is not loading. There it is. Okay. Okay. What are we doing today? What are we doing today? Today, I think I've been doing some profiling. I'm trying to change a few things. One of which is the chunk processor was running on the game thread. And that's the processor that splits my entities, puts them into different chunks based on their location, so that I can query them more effectively. That query does not seem to be very performant, though. I think it's because I'm doing distance things, so probably need to change that to distance squared. Make that more performant. I think that I can also make it run on the background thread, which I did do that. That is done, and it hasn't seemed to fail yet, so I think it's in the state that it could be in. The other thing I tried to change is the moving tag processor. This is essentially the processor that I'm using it just ticks all the time, and it just checks every single entity's velocity, and it adds a moving tag if it's moving and removes it if it's not. And that tag's important because I use that for all my gameplay abilities. You know, like if you're casting something and you move, it should cancel the ability. And so I use that tag for that, and that's important. I need that. And so that was running on the game thread as well, and that was taking several MS. So I'm trying to move that to the background thread, or at least as much as possible. And yeah, it turns out you can't add and remove gameplay tags on the background thread because just a whole host of fuckery happens. So trying out different methods to get through that. And I think right now I'm just trying to like narrow down events for when it can happen. And I think that's just going through my move to processor, the thing that actually moves my entities. So as long as I stick with that being the only thing that can move an entity, and it'll be weird once I start getting like, I do want like physics-based abilities as well, you know, like, you know, some sort of like knockback ability and shit like that. So that's going to get weird as to how that's going to happen. But as long as it all goes through here, I shouldn't need to change anything for the moving tag stuff. Now, I do want to also recap what I was working on last time I was streaming, which was, I think I came to the conclusion that I was going to need to cache bone transforms for every vertex animation that I'm using, for every frame, for every bone. And so I did that off stream. Let's look at that real quick, because yeah, essentially what I was doing was that I was doing it every frame. I was coming up with a bone transform every frame, which is expensive because you can't just get a bones, like, you don't have a skeletal mesh component, which I don't. You can't just get a bones relative to actor transform or world transform. You only get them, and I have to go through the anim sequence because I need to get it at a certain frame in the animation that's like not actually playing, right? It's just like an in-memory animation. And so this is what that looked like right here. That's that code right there. And I was just doing that every frame. That was quite expensive. That was like 5 times more expensive than not having the attachments. But then I figured out, or came to the realization, that I can just fucking cache this, because that's essentially what the vertex animated textures were doing to begin with. They're just caching information about the animation, and they're just doing it into a format that the GPU can read, you know. And so whenever I was going down that that path of baking the vertex animated texture for the same animation that the skeletal mesh is going through, but doing it to the attachment to get the attachment to animate along with it, that's essentially what that was doing, right? It was just caching the bone transforms. But I'm not actually doing anything with that on the GPU with it. So I don't need that. I don't need it as a texture. I can just do it in what I have here, which is just a little map. I just have a map of, what is it? Anim name to, what did I do here? Anim name to anim frame. There's an array of transforms that is indexed by the bone index. So that works. That works, and it saves a lot of performance. It got rid of like that 5x time, so that's awesome that this happened. Now, one thing that kind of annoyed me is I tried to do this like LeetCode-esque type solution where I start at the root of the tree and I walk my way down the tree and I compose a transform as I go along, because that's what you have to do, is you have to multiply. Let me open this too so we can look at it side by side a little bit. So you have to multiply the transforms to the parent to like get the child actual relative transform. And so I was trying to walk down the tree to do it like efficiently, right? Like I should never need to touch each node twice, each node being each bone. It's like essentially just a tree LeetCode problem, and it wasn't fucking working. They were off. And so I threw back in my old one, which is like, what this does is given a bone, go through all its parents, and then right here multiply them together. And when I do that, it works. But now I'm doing like, this is like horribly unperformant. This is now like, this is not the most optimized solution, but it works. That's why I wrote this comment. Why doesn't this more efficient way work? Because that's what I was feeling. I was trying to figure it out. And I felt like I'm doing the same thing. I'm multiplying the transforms just like this. I'm not like modifying it, because then I pass it to each child bone and I recurse. Like get each child bone of this bone and then pass the composed transform to each one. But that wasn't working. So that was bad. But this does work. It's like, you'll notice a hitch in the gameplay whenever it first spawns an instant static mesh. And I'll change it to do that just like up front, probably. It'd even be done not at runtime, right? So there is quite a performance hit to calling this, but I only need to call it up front for setup reasons, so it's not too big of a deal. So that's where that ended up. And I really like that this essentially does the same thing with no drawbacks as the vertex animated art. And because like you have to transform it anyway, you have to transform the instance of the instant static mesh anyway. That is the attachment, that is the weapon. You have to transform that every frame anyway, so it matches up with its owner, right? Its entity owner. And so animating it with like the VAT tools, like I'm still gonna have to set the transform. Like I'm just not gonna have to find the bone transform. So there's really no downside to doing it this way, and I think it's a lot more understandable too. Rather than going through the VAT flow, it's so much easier. I'm so glad I realized this. So glad. So yeah, really happy with that. Gonna be able to use that for all my attachments as well. And it'll actually be realistic. It is taking like 3 to 4 ms per frame on the game thread. For 500 entities that each have an attachment. So it's going to be, once I get an attachment on every single, like boots, legs, fucking chest, you know, shoulders, helmet. Like once I get all those, it's going to start to get expensive. So I'm going to need to think about some ways to handle that better. It would be nice to do a lot of this on the background thread. You cannot seem to update a transform on the background thread though. So I may need to get clever here. Yeah, not sure what I'm going to do about that yet, but we'll see. A lot of the animation stuff can probably be pre-calculated on the background thread. I don't know. I'll have to figure out like where is the most bandwidth going for a frame. And then I'll also, another issue I'll have with the vertex animated stuff is one issue I have now. God, sorry for the sniffles. I am sniffly this morning. But I don't currently. I can only blend animations from one to another, like over the entire body. I do not have a way to blend to do a per bone blend. Which is going to be an issue when I want them to move and swing their weapon at the same time. But for now, they're just going to swing their weapon and not move their feet. And they shouldn't really be, if they're just like, if they're in the distance, if they are instant static meshes, they shouldn't be moving and attacking, because they're probably just going to be attacking another entity that's just attacking them back. So definitely something I want to come up with a solution for, but not like the biggest deal in the world. So yeah, that's where that ended up. Quite happy with that. I forgot to commit that before I started looking into other shit, so we're just gonna have one like giga commit here once I figure out this moving tag stuff. And I guess where I'm at here with this is I created like a little subsystem that just has a queue, and that queue can be added to from the background threads. And then on its tick, if the queue isn't empty, it'll process that stuff. And right now I'm trying to figure out the kind of order of things for the entity combat, because what the moving tag is supposed to be able to do is essentially also just tell the... Let me open this stuff. So I need choose ability, do calcability location. Where's executability? I need that one as well. And executability. So I guess what's happening now, which I don't want to happen, is the choose ability, which happens first, actually put that there. The choose ability happens. It's going to pick the highest damage ability, which is fireball as opposed to melee attack for the caster archetype. And so it's going to pick that, and it's going to calculate the location to use it at, which this theoretically should, like, if it, as long as it's in range, cast that shit, you know? That's essentially what I was going to say. And then the executability should execute that and also stop moving. Well, really, the calculability location should. If we're casting, we don't want to move and interrupt the cast, essentially, right? Or move set, oops, move set to location to current. Move to location to current location. That way it just effectively stops moving. The move to processor will stop because it's already at its destination. And hopefully that adds the proper tag, or removes the tag rather. And that way the ability doesn't get canceled. What? Why are you barking at me? Is there a package? Oh no. Okay. But yeah, it is canceling the fireball ability. It picks the fireball ability. It should be picking the right location, and then should be casting it and not moving. But that's not what's happening. He keeps trying to cast it and then moving. Or or at the very least, maybe not moving, but the move to tag is it's not in the proper state. So I'm trying to figure that out right now. And what I was thinking about last night was to actually make this easier to debug, was to start creating like some visual logger utility functions for myself, such that all of the things that I want to log for an entity is on an individual entity's track. Because right now, a lot of things I just log like right here on the entity subsystem. So I think that'll help me debug this quite a bit better. But I don't exactly know what kind of, like, what do I want that to look like, right? I guess the vlog stuff is, let me get an example of that. A vlog, it is a macro, and there are a ton of them. I don't want to have to wrap every single macro, as you can see. Might have to, though. I'm not sure if there's going to be a way. So essentially, I either have to... The proxy actor is what I'll be able to use to, like, get it to go on an entity's track, because it has to be an actor or a U object. The proxy actor is, like, kind of the unique U object that I have, so I'm gonna have to use that in this slot. But I guess I don't want to have to, like... Everywhere I vlog, I don't want to have to, like, get that, you know? I'll have to get that and be like, if there is a proxy actor, you know, do the thing. I mean, that might end up being the cleanest thing. I mean, how many different UEV logs do I use? There we go. 43 matches, 15 files. So I just use the regular vlog. Segment, location, arrow, wire sphere, segment dick. So how many did I say there? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can create 6 wrapper functions. Oh, and then I have the conditional vlog as well. Which, I mean, I don't need to wrap that one. I'll just write the condition myself. I could write my own macros, but that sounds kind of like a pain. I guess like a theoretical API for this would look like entity subsystem. Right, like that would be my little wrapper, and then I would have to pass in the entity. And then, yeah, the rest of this shit here. Whoa. Wrong buttons. Yeah, something like that. And then inside this function, it would grab the proxy actor data itself and then check if it's null or not. I mean, that's not bad to use. I think that's totally fine to use, because pretty much everywhere that I'm going to use a vlog is already going to have access to the entity subsystem, so it's not like I'll have to add anything extra for that. And if I do, it's just getting a subsystem, so that's not too bad. Like, should I just wrap every one that I want to use? That would add a lot of... Maybe I should make a vlog subsystem, that way it just doesn't bloat the entity subsystem. I think I like that. Let's do that. Okay, so I want a world subsystem. This is going to be entity vlog subsystem. basically just be a bunch of public things. I think the one private thing that I'll have is proxy actor. I mean, do I actually need it? No, I'm just going to return an actor. I don't actually need that to be a typed proxy actor. Get entity proxy actor, and I'll need to call this for each vlog method that I have. Const f my entity, f it. Okay, let's create that. And so I will need to, maybe I also want to have like a what is it? My entity subsystem. There we go. Here we go. Just say like if I don't have one. Not processor, my entity subsystem. Is that not right? Oh, right, because this is const. I mean, I guess I don't really care. No, yeah, I don't really give a fit to const, to be honest with you. Because it's just an internal function that does things, so. And then this will need to be a const u proxy actor entity data. There we go. If proxy actor data. Yeah, just return that. It could be null, but that's okay. Okay, so that's going to be the internal function, each of these calls. So let's just do the void log entity. Yeah, what do I want to call this? Maybe just vlog entity. Let me look up the signature here. That's location. I just want to find a regular one. There's a regular one. There's one right there. Okay. So I take in. Okay, what are these parameters? Category name and verbosity. I kind of want to like default those just for niceness. But the message format and then dot dot dot. That dot 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 has to be at the end though, right? How do you find that? How do you define that as a? I can always like f string print f, but that's kind of an way to use that. Let me see here. Do you have to use a? Okay, interesting. They have this double hashtag double underscore VA args thing. What is that? Okay, so it's a templated function. Where one of them is the format type. What does it all mean? What does it all mean, Basil? give me an example. Give me a better example somewhere, please. What about the UE log format? Are these just all macros? Yeah, how do I do? Maybe I can find something on Google here. Unreal Engine, how to do a format parameter. Is this what I want? I don't think that's what I want. Formatting using a variable as a format specifier. Oh, he's like looking at like the same shit as I. Just the bottom line here is printf accepts a formatted string param variable created from a text macro, but UE log does not. Yeah, I mean, maybe I can just copy this template thing, because like when he uses it, he doesn't actually have to pass in the template. Well, I guess I have to write this all in the header as well. All right, Copilot, what you got for me? Is that how you do that? Doth that work? I guess it is kind of annoying that I have to get a different subsystem when I should already have. Yeah, maybe I should. I kind of do just want to add this to the entity subsystem now. I could. I'm just back to the same thing. If I wrap them, then it's just the same thing. I just want to make this like really easy to use. I think I just put it on the entity subsystem. We'll just put it at the very bottom. That way I won't need to do that. And then that can just be constant now. That. Follow. AT, thank you. Good morning. Random survey question. Have you ever given someone a wedgie before or gotten one? No, I have not. Are you on a quest to find someone who has? I suppose the only wedgies are ones I've given to myself. Does that count? Because then that's a yes for both. I have given myself a... Not like... That sounds kind of weird. Not like... You know, you get wedgies sometimes, you know? You get just like jeans, you know? Jeans are wedgie city. I guess in that regard, I have given myself a wedgie. Don't know if that fits your criteria. Is your quest over now? Now my girlfriend thinks I'm fucking weird because she just got home and she just heard me talking about wedgies. So thank you very much, JT. Not that she didn't think I was weird before, but it doesn't help my case. Okay, yeah, so I guess that's what that's going to look like. We're going to see if that works. Let's give that a testy test here. Vlog entity. Pass it the entity. Wait, I don't have the entity here? Context.entity is what I have. Okay, and given that if I don't need to override any of the stuff, that should look good. Give that a test. Yeah, so this is always going to log with the same category and verbosity, which would be nice. I wanted to have those defaulted, but I'm not sure if I can with this, like, types ... parameter, because I think this is just like all the other parameters, you know. Let's look at this. CPP ... param as not last parameter. Is that possible? Parameter pack must be at the end of the parameter list. When and why? Okay, uh-oh. What the fuck happened here? What on earth happened here? Cortana, get out of here. No one fucking wants you. I don't know why Ryder is shitting its pants right now. But let's see if that works. I suppose I need to be in combat to check this. Okay. Pause. Proxy actor. It did it! Yay! I see it here. Right down there. Right there. And then that should be the same as like what gets logged here. Chose ability fireball. Chose ability fireball. Yay. Okay. Okay, so that works. We've confirmed that that actually works. Now, Ryder, what's your deal? I'm just gonna stop the run. What happened in here? Who hurt you? And why was it me? If I just rebuild, is that going to fix it? I need to do a clean. Yeah, I think I may need to do like a clean or something. What? Oh. Oh. Why? What happened to the... I'm just going to restart Ryder. Ryder's being weird. Can we work now, please? And thank you. Okay, be right back. Okay. Ryder is back, which is great news. Don't know what happened there. Okay, but now we can, let's replace the rest of these. Yeah, this is just going to be mostly a copy-paste job. Vlog, entity, location. Hooray! Oh, Shawnee B. Good morning to you all. Hello. Sanado Warrior. Good morning. Hello. What is that emote? Also, kitty paw. Connie, thank you for the raid, mate. How did your stream go? Were you productive? Let me see if I can, did I do it right? Okay, I did it right. Shout out to Shawnee B. Welcome, everyone. What I'm working on today is more entity stuff. I kind of got my vertex animated attachment system working. Hashed all the bone transforms for every bone in a skeletal mesh per animation, per frame, per bone. And now I can apply that to instant static meshes and transform them into the right location. So that's cool. But now I'm moving on to doing some performance improvements to the overall entity system. I'm changing some of my processors to and fro, and now I'm kind of debugging things. And one of them is I have this moving tag processor that's supposed to add and remove a moving tag based on the entity's velocity, and that tag's important for gameplay abilities to be canceled or removed if you're moving versus if you're not moving. And I changed that up to be a little bit more efficient, and I realized I need a better debugging solution. So right now I'm trying to work on building out some vlog functions such that all of the relevant vlogs for an entity are all on one track in the vlogger, rather than what I had before, which was just like spread them. It was based on the class that was calling it, not necessarily what entity it was for. What libraries are you using for the graphics? Unreal Engine. Not sure how to. I'm not sure what you mean there. I have no idea what you mean there, and that's probably on me. I got the thing working seemingly, but I'm half expecting it to do something janky once I actually start to use it and move the characters around. Yeah, that's always how it goes, right? Tim Sweeney's cool GFX library. I thought it was CPB based. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, this is I'm working in Unreal Engine, so this is Unreal Engine code. I get the confusion now. Yeah, so Tim Sweeney personally hand draws the pixels in MS Paint and then emails them to me, and then I render them on the fly. Okay, so I'm just essentially creating these wrapper functions for the vlog utilities, the vlog macros, and then I'm getting the entity's proxy actor, and then I'm using that as like the track. And I need an example. Where am I using a vlog location in my own project? What are our params here? Show me the params. Location, thickness, color. Okay. Location, float, thickness, F color. Color? Is it F color or linear color? Doesn't really say. It is an F color. It do be an F color. Okay. Location, thickness, color. Okay. Now it's just a matter of getting all this stuff ironed out. What are the other ones that I use? I think UE vlog and UE vlog location are the main ones. Segment. Segment. Current location, target location, and color. Okay. That's probably like a start and end location. And color. Garashi, thank you for the follow. Welcome. We'll actually see the game here in a minute once I get these finished. Start location and location. Hello. I see Quaternion hate I follow. Yes, a fellow man of culture, I see. You are among friends here. Me and all my homies hate Quaternions. Okay, I need arrow as well, apparently. Ugh. Why am I using an arrow? Arrow. And current location endpoint. Same signature, so that's actually an easy one. Yes, my people. My people need me. We're actually a bunch of Giga Chads because we're not afraid of gimbal lock. You know what I mean? All those Quaternion lover, you know, wimps afraid of a little gimbal lock. You know, we aren't afraid of that. Use an F rotator. You can read it. You can actually read it, and it's meaningful information. Segment thick. Okay, I think I can probably omit that one. Segment. Oh, that was for the path following. Yeah, let's omit that one because I don't want to. So we have, oh, I needed there was one more, right? The wire sphere. Yes, that one I will need now. The sphere is important. That's location arrow. That's not exactly. Sphere. And what's our signature here? Location, float color. Okay. This just needs to be a float for a radius, I presume. Wires here. Okay, so now let's change up all our old shit here. I wonder if I can do. Okay, let's see if I can do some leet shit right here. Entity subsystem. We're gonna replace UE vlog with vlog entity blah passing in entity comma space. And then I think that, let me look at this. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, there's going to be a lot of shit that I need to change. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ryder's like, are you sure you want to fucking do this? Yeah, we're going to see what happens. Oh shit. Well, already one issue. What? What? Oh, I don't need the entity. Yeah. Okay, now we're good. Now we're good. Crisis averted. Okay, let's go find all the usages of this and fix them then. No usages. That's not true. Wait, what the fuck happened? Oh, that's segment. Okay. There we go. That one is the one I'm already using. That one's already fixed. Uh-oh. Okay. Or I spelled it wrong, so that's not gonna subsystem. Show me your visual log or debug when you can. I want to see it. I will do that momentarily. Let me get this working and compiling. And then I'll send an email off to Tim Sweeney, and then maybe he'll respond before the day is over. So I can get rid of this now because I'm just defaulting those. Entity in this class becomes context.entity, kind of annoying. But I'm already doing that one, so ignore that altogether. Entity. I don't have entity here. What do I have? What do I have? Littering and context.entity. So let's go through and replace all these. Entity system log display, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Littering and compiling Unreal Engine. Okay. That file's good. This one we may just need to delete. Delete. Formatting's a little ugly, but that's okay. What's on the inside that counts? That's what I tell my reviewers whenever they review my code. Like, man, this kind of is hard to read. I'm like, well, what's on the inside that counts, you know? Okay, I think that's all working. Let's see. Tim Sweeney, what you got for me? 37 actions to build. That's what he's got for me. Okay, and some of them are broken. Why didn't this pop up? So rude. So rude. Oh my god, there's so much. There's so fucking much. Okay, come on now. What other classes do we have? Show me the goods. Only 14. We're down to 14 now. Some would say that's progress. Recast nav mesh. Uh-oh. Yeah, that one's not supposed to be an entity log. Format is this? What? Vlog into the entity format. Oh, okay, just get rid of that. Oh, this is wrong. Yeah, oh, these are, oh no, these are all wrong. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I did it wrong. Shawnee, if you're looking for some practice in C++, I've got some refactoring that you can do for me. Okay. That class fixed. Okay. Tell you what, I'll teach you how to paint a fence while you're at it. And you pay me. And, yeah, we'll all be good. Yes, that was a Tom Sawyer reference. Deep cut in today's day and age. Okay. All of it is wrong. I don't know why it wasn't throwing any sort of compile error there. Okay, we fixed all the things that we thought we fixed. Now, where are all the things that we haven't fixed yet? Entity state tree processor, good. Get rid of that. Oh god, what is this formatting? Awful. Awful. Okay, so this is like a temporary one, so we're just gonna entity subsystem. Okay. I don't have the entity here, actually. Oh, this one's annoying. Okay, we're just gonna comment this one out for now. Maybe we don't need that. That's an annoying one to have to replace. What is this? Oh yeah, I'm deleting this. We're not doing this anymore. Where is your CPP file? Goodbye. Deleting code is my favorite code to write. Okay, entity, this is probably just context.entity. Yep. Okay, is that, are we done? Can I finally show Shawnee B what the vlogger stuff looks like? And the vlogger does have blueprint nodes as well, so you won't have to muck about and all this Unreal Engine C++ hell. Is it just me, or does this lake look like higher up than the ocean? Because of the cliff. Like, it looks like the lake is like the cliff's height above the ocean. Perspective. Okay. Let's open up the vlogger. Debug. Vlogger. Okay. Let's start that. Boom. Okay. So lots of things are happening. Pause. So each one of these tracks is like the class or whatever that you give the vlog. Like this first parameter is like, what do they call it? The log owner, which needs to be like a U object or an actor. And so that defines each track that each one of these things are on. And what was happening previously with my vlogging stuff was that like, I just used whatever class I was doing the vlog from for the track. But when you have like 500 entities, that gets really messy and it becomes useless essentially. And so I have proxy actors for every entity. And that's what I want to, that's what I was doing right there was creating kind of like a reusable function to just get every vlog or not every entity's proxy actor for the vlog. And there's a lot of stuff that's just like built into the vlogger, like a lot of ability system stuff. You'll just see like right here, vlog ability system, give ability happened. And then here are my logs. Here are mine. And let me try to find one that's actually like kind of cool looking. Maybe none of them are happening yet. Let me actually get in combat. Okay, just change into a static mesh there. Okay. Pause that as well. Okay, so like you can draw things in the world as well, right? So I did like a distance check here. And as like a test to make sure I'm getting the right locations, I can draw that. It's not actually, there's no movement happening. And where's another example? Like maybe the target processor. For the target processor, I draw a sphere in the world. And this is like his aggro radius, right? So when the target processor iterates over all the entities in the world. And you can see it's like kind of slightly, you can like slide it and you can see it moving. It's probably kind of hard to see on stream because of the thickness. Okay, here's the move to. So when he was moving, I can draw an arrow in the current location. And so I can kind of like use my arrow keys to step along or just like slide it along to see where he was and where he's trying to move, that kind of stuff. And then I draw one for the target location as well. And then the radius of that is actually the acceptance radius. So you can see he's trying to move like right there. Maybe this perspective is a little easier to see. That's where he was trying to move before I so rudely paused him. Usually when you pause in editor, it pauses the... Yeah, and so I guess when he finally got here. Okay, so here's like, I calculated the abilities, like as a part of my state tree that's like running in the background for every entity. When they go in combat, I have to like pick an ability to use. And so I consider things like, okay, do I have enough resources for it? Is it on cooldown? Is it in range? How much damage does it do? So he picked the fireball ability. This guy is a caster archetype, so he's got like a melee attack and he's got a fireball. The fireball does more damage than his shitty melee attack, so he picked that. And this is actually this sphere that's being drawn is a representation of the min and max range of the fireball ability. You'll notice that it's not like exactly all the way there. It's because I don't want the like, preferably I don't want them stacked on top of the character, so I pick a little bit of a distance away. And then the max distance is actually a little bit outside as well, because I don't want them sitting right on the edge of max distance, potentially. Because the player could just take a single step back. The state tree would be like, oh, you're not in range anymore, you need to cancel the ability and move forward. And so it would do that, and then he starts casting again, and the player can just like take another step back. You can cheese it essentially very easily. So I picked like, I don't know, like 10 or 15% in from the max range to make sure he can get the cast off easier. But it's like it picked the middle between the min and the max range. and set the acceptance radius to the difference between min and max range divided by 2. And so that's essentially saying anywhere in this circle, that's a valid casting location. And so that tells the move to processor that we're essentially already here. We don't need to move. And hopefully what would happen is that I move. I move. Hello? Oh, yeah. He just fucked me up right there. Okay. Okay, that hitch is from the instant static mesh. He's just like, yeah, he just, the fireball's too strong, little overtuned. That's how that works. And so let's pause this. I wanted to look at the proxy actor track a little closer. Silent Wolf, long time no see. Have I touched any of the RHI? That's the render stuff, right? In UE5? Not really. I don't think so. I think the only thing close to rendering that I've done is like for my procedural mesh components, I added a get static mesh elements function because it's more expensive to do the get dynamic mesh elements. So I overrode the, what is this? Okay, yeah. Vlog things. So I overrode that and did a static mesh thing. I don't know if that's what applies to what you're talking about, but not really is the answer. Not really. Visual logger seems really nice. I should definitely use it for something. It is nice. Yeah, it's nice for because you could just log a vector, right? But that's kind of meaningless. So instead you want to use the vlog location, and then that actually can give you some historical, okay, where was my guy when he casted this ability? Where was the other guy, kind of thing. And so for that reason, it's very nice. Where is my entity subsystem? Yeah, and so here's some more. You can log the sphere. That's where I am essentially, or I was during that. You see entity current target location. And you can imagine why this would be, and then there's the path. So I draw the pathfinding as well. But yeah, let's go ahead and get our other ones cut over to the new system. Actually, let's do a bunch. 100. Okay, let's go. Okay. What? What is this? What is this? Containers changed during range 4 iteration. I mean, that makes sense, but where? Where? You're not giving me any of my own code here. What makes me think you're lying? Okay, it's a visual logger thing. Why? Unexpected null map entry pointer. Okay, hang on. I think I may know what we need to do here. Okay, yeah, I guess I need to do a check here on each of these. I'm gonna guess that's the reason here. I was hoping that the vlogger would just handle that. I'm wondering if I should actually... Let's do this instead. Log owner. That. Kind of annoying. That way it still logs it. Not like a lost log. Let's do that on each of them now. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Okay, I can probably still continue from that though. No, it's just gonna happen all the time, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, okay. Rebuild. Rebuild that. We'll cut them all over now as well. I have to start using the vlogger more too. Haven't used it too much recently. Yeah, you kind of, it's one of those things you kind of forget because, you know, outside of Unreal, you just kind of do print statements and then there's just UE log, which is like, you know, the equivalent. I definitely just get way too used to using that as well. Okay, let's look for some more usages. Vlog. I think those are the only two valid vlog. Vlog underscore location, I suppose, is our next victim. Are all these... I think all these are valid, except for that last one. Okay, so we're going to do the subsystem vlog entity location. What if I do this? This one, yeah, replace all those. Okay, now for the other ones. Our remaining ones. I guess let's maybe just like manually do these. Is that all right? Current location. Oh, I need to change the format. Okay, yeah, I need, my parameters are out of order here. I'm used to doing like debug draw sphere and similars. Vlogger is more useful. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on if you want it to show up outside of the vlogger interface, right? Because I think the debug draw spheres are still like super useful. Like when I have abilities that do AoE traces, like I still want to draw those, and I have my own like entity AoE arbiter collision trace stuff. So it's still useful if you want to see it like during gameplay without having to click through the vlogger interface. But if you need that history, right, that's what it's good for. If you need to see like how it happened in relation to a bunch of other stuff. Okay. Okay, so now we fix those. Entity subsystem, blah, 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 blah. Yes, yes, yes. This one I'm just going to rewrite the condition myself. Dr. Bishnoi. Hello and welcome. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Arrow, we haven't done that one yet. Not focusing on the arrow yet. Okay. Okay, now let's do the arrow, which I'm pretty sure there's only like one. There's only one example of that, right? UE, vlog, arrow. Okay, I have two. One of them is my own. Okay, so entity subsystem, vlog entity arrow. Get rid of that. Add entity. Easy, easy. Okay. And wire Wire sphere. I can spell. Oh god. Well, we're just gonna let the compiler tell us where that one was. "38 actions." Oh boy. Oh boy, there it is. Vlog location. Was this actually location? I don't have entity. That's why this one's mad. Okay. Where else does it hurt? Show me. There it is. Did I do something wrong? Yes, I did. Okay. Okay, I think we're fixed now. Okay. Now, hopefully, I can narrow down to a single entity based on its entity ID in the track as a proxy actor. What is this? What is this? Ah. Tim Sweeney, damn it. There we go. I forgot the star. Very important, very important. Okay, so hopefully now all our logs are going to be nice and categorized by entity. Let's verify that. Change during ranged 4 iteration. What? I'm not doing any logs that I wasn't already doing. And I like stepped back through the stack. Red current entry proxy actor. I mean, I guess is it getting mad that I'm adding to this track from the background thread? Visual logger flush threads entries. We are not locking the thread entry map. We do not expect other threads adding new entries while fleshing. Well, that's where you're wrong, because I'm adding them from the background thread. Yeah, okay. Okay. Can I just skip? It's gonna happen a lot, isn't it? Oh god. How's 5.5 going? When I went to 5.4, there were some weird performance issues. Frame rates were all over the place that were only fixed in 5.4.3, so I'm scared of going to 5.5 now. I haven't noticed any performance issues, although 5.5 did break quite a few things for me. But I think that's mostly because I edited some internal plugin blueprints that, when I updated, got overridden. So It broke my procedural terrain algorithm a little bit as well, which that is not relying on any such plugins. So that one's kind of annoying. And then my like textures, like all my VFX looked weird, and it wasn't loading textures. But then I went and like I dug into it, and I like looked at the material. I was like, oh, is this texture missing? And it wasn't. I like opened the texture in the editor, and it was there. And then when I replayed it, then the texture was fine, and it has been fine ever since. So that happened with a lot of textures. So that one was kind of weird as well. Although there's a 551, I believe. So some hot fixes have been applied. Okay, hit the breakpoint. Okay, we may just have to deal with some vlog breakpointing. Look at that. Look at those tracks. Look at all these proxy actors. Oh, it's so nice. Look at that. Now I can see it all as it happened. Thought of log gameplay event. I guess it would be nice to mark some of these with different log categories. Yeah, so the blue guys are all instant static meshes. It is a, you can actually kind of see that here. they're like trying to play the right animations. And so they're just vertex animated. Vertex texture. Vertex animated, texture animated. Okay. I think that's for the most part working. The state tree processor still has all the state tree stuff in it. It would be nice to get that in there, but that's like automatically logged for me. Target processor. Hang on, let me look at that. Ah, there's one I missed. Vlog entity, and that's a conditional one. That's why I missed it. Old target not equal to new target. Then we vlog. Avoid skeletal meshes? Cool. How's that test going? Going well. Going well. Yeah, so there's the built-in VAT tools, and then there's some community built tools as well that assist with that. But yeah, I have like 31 different animations that I sent through this community tool to bake them all to textures. And so yeah, it's been a bit of work, but it's going really well. I just got done with the attachments. So like you can see this is well, I was gonna say properly attached, but it's just because my animations are shitty. It's not because the attachment system isn't working. So it is properly attached, I swear. We can look at this, guys. And so the that one looks better. But all the blue guys are on one instant static mesh, and then the maces and stuff are a different instant static mesh. And I've cached all of every single bone transform for every single animation for every single animation frame. I have cached into like this giga map. And then each frame I can just check to see where, you know, I know which bone this is supposed to be attached to if I had one. I don't have any bone. So I just like go to that map and say like, hey, where is the hand right bone? And then I compose that to the entity location. And it gets attached every frame. So that's what that looks like. So yeah, no skeletal meshes. Some of my animations are 24 FPS and some of them are 30, so that's causing a bit of an issue. That's loud. Oh my god, that's loud. Not heavy memory / performance wise. So it's a lot better than what I was doing, which was calculating the bone transforms every frame, because you can't just like get a bone transform from an animation. You only get the parent space transform, and so you have to like, I was like walking it back up the bone tree, and like that was incredibly performance intensive. But now that I cache them up front, I can just get that, right? So now it's nice. Now it's nice. Curious how well this goes with complex meshes. I mean, that would be like a rendering thing. So that's all like, I would assume at least that would be all rendering considerations. As far as like the game thread goes, it's just, I think it would be the same. But yeah, I did do a bit of calculation. I figured out it's 48 bytes for an F transform, which is what I'm storing. And I have like, how many bones do I have? I think there's like let's just say 100 bones. Okay, so times 100 bones. And then actually let me open up my that asset. How many frames of animations do I have? In frame 1782. So times 100 times 1782. So that's one for each frame. And then is that all I need to do? I think that's all I need to do. So it's that many bytes. Yeah. Transform times, we'll just say 100 bones times, and then so that's that many bytes divided by 1024, that many kilobytes. So it's 8 megabytes of RAM for that. About. That's an approximation. So definitely worth it in terms of performance. And I could optimize that further if I only cache the bone transforms for the bones that I'm actually attaching things to, which I may still do. More vertexes means bigger gigacache. No, it doesn't, because I'm just storing the. You said complex mesh. Oh, do you mean complex static meshes or complex skeletal meshes? I guess I was assuming you meant static meshes. But if you mean more complex skeletal meshes, then yeah, that would mean a bigger giga cache. But it's honestly not that much, and you would only need to, like I said, you could only, if you wanted to, you could only store the bones that you're actually attaching things to, and that would cut down drastically. But you know, I'm a solo dev, so I don't want to have to like add shit every time I want to attach something to a new place. So I just did them all. But yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, so there was that one that I missed. What's here? There's another one I missed somewhere. Aha. A segment? Oh, yeah. The intent is to have them all be modular, not connected pieces. Yeah, precisely. And I'll have like gear and equipment as well, so there's going to be thousands and thousands of entities as well. So when they're on screen, I need to know where their equipment is. Segment thick. Okay, yeah, I didn't port this one over. I think that's what that one is. Interesting. Curious to see the results. Me too. Well, you're kind of seeing them already. My big bottleneck right now is combat. If they're not in combat and they're just wandering around, I can render thousands at a reasonable frame rate. even on screen. So that's good. And if they're not on screen, then I can render, you know, or not render, but I can simulate even more. But like what I just ran was like 100 entities all in combat, and I think the big bottle one, my projectiles are terribly optimized. So you know a lot of stuff. Well, I'm glad it comes off that way, because I do not feel that inside. Long-time game dev. I've been doing this as a hobby for about 2 years now. I am just a software. I am a humble software engineer by day. And by night, I turn out the shittiest game dev code you've ever seen. My body is a machine that takes in coffee and outputs unreadable code. I guess this is the only... Should I change this one? I do have the entity. Do I have the entity subsystem? No, I don't. Okay, we're gonna leave that one like it is then. No, it's fine. Okay, let's rebuild that. Imposter syndrome, yeah. Now, there are some days, you know, I feel super fucking smart. And then there are other days where I don't feel like that. What did I do here? Oh yeah, the thickness. I need to not do that. I've come a long way though. I also have like when I first started game dev. This is great. I tried to write a procedural terrain algorithm. I succeeded, but it was an absolute slog. So I didn't know anything about C++ or Unreal Engine or procedural generation. And then I wrote procedural terrain system in Unreal Engine, and that was the first iteration of that. It was absolutely ugly. I had no idea what actors or components were. Now it looks a lot better. Now it looks a lot better. There it goes. There it goes. Yeah, you can see the breaks right here. This is what 5.5 broke for me. Kind of caught me with my pants down around my ankles here. Like those used to line up perfectly. Like these ones over here do. You can actually see where my terrain chunks are. You can see the squares. Yeah. Yeah, this is the procedural terrain. This is like, I don't know, like the 5th iteration of it. Come on, you can do it. Render the material, please. It's still going. There we go. There it is. Yay. Come on, PCG, come on, generate the rest of the stuff. There we go. Running kind of slow today. Okay, now I'm at like 75 FPS. That's not too bad. 80. Can I get 80? I'm getting 80 now. Okay. So yeah, here's what this looks like. And I broke my PCG biome setup. There's actually 2 biomes on top of each other here. That's why we probably see some grass sticking through this rock. Yeah. Yeah. This is supposed to be a meadows biome, but it just did my forest biome on top of it. Yeah, this is the procedural terrain system, and then here's the world map. I'm right in the middle here, and I did like a Voronoi texture. I have like a material for that. Here's that. I sample this material at like, you know, a seated offset. And then that turns into like this render target. Here's it's the same thing I just showed, but in white and black. And then I do like a Voronoi algorithm on top of that to like make a bunch of cells. And then of course those cells are all super samey looking and the similar shape. And so what I do is I just go through and I assign them a color, and each one of these colors represents a biome. And I only have 2 different biomes, so they're reused. But then, like, what happens when you assign a bunch of random colors to different Voronoi cells? Like, you see this cell was just super tiny, but it starts connecting the cells, and then it makes really interesting shapes, right? So, like, this blue one is just a bunch of Voronoi cells connected together because they all got assigned blue. That's how that works. And then the edge of every biome are where the mountains are. And so I would iterate through every pixel in this texture, and I can calculate the positions of a spline. And you can actually kind of see that spline a little bit. This one's probably easier to see, but you can kind of see how that spline does the gradual curves and stuff like that. And then for each terrain chunk, for each vertex, I calculate the distance from that vertex to the nearest spline, just sampling the nearest 2 spline points to keep it performant. And then, apply a height curve multiplier to it, and that's what extrudes the mountains, the borders. And I think that creates some like really nice defined zones that can like kind of tell a story. That's how I see it. And then the white dots are what I call zone entrance chunks. And so that white dot is actually this one right here, and it creates breaks in the mountains, and this will be how you get from zone to zone. So you'd like travel right through there. And then this other white one would be right there. And then I have different terrain noises for each zone. These 2 happen to be the same. That's my swampy noise. And then this one up here is the same as this one down here. So on and so forth and so have you. And I should mention, like you have lightness and darkness on each pixel in here. This is a 128 by 128, so each pixel actually represents a terrain chunk. And so the black is the ocean, right? That's a 0 value, 0. The white goes all the way up to 1, so it's a 0 to 1 value, and I treat that as an altitude. And so you'll notice on here that lightness and darkness is actually still applied. Like you can see, like this area down here is very dark, and I treat that as an altitude. You can see the stats up here towards the top. You can see the altitude of some of these, especially near the ocean, go down to like 0.2, and I do an altitude blending based on the chunk and then all the surrounding chunks. I do a weighted average sum for each vert. And then you go all the way up to like some of these like super light areas. That's a 0.95, 0.96 altitude. So those ones are higher up than the rest of them. So there's also that. And then because each one has a different noise, I need to do noise-based blending between, like to get this chunk to line up and to get the the border mountains to line up. I need to do the noise blending. So I have to blend, the neighbor chunks are all blended to the other chunks. Working on the same project for a long time. Yeah. So this is what I've been working on for the past 2 years, about a little over 2 years now. I think it was like 2 years in November, maybe. You can see actually right here. So this circle is this is supposed to be a zone entrance chunk, but because the chunk that it was on was already like effectively 0 because it was blending into the ocean right here, it just ended up like subtracting it. So that's something I need to fix. And then I'll come up with some more terrain noises. I need to do material blending between. Oh god, I clicked somewhere, didn't I? Okay, so when you click on the map, you teleport. So I just teleported somewhere. We'll see if it like crashes or not. Of course, this would usually be behind a loading screen. Yeah, this might not finish here. Yeah, this is the pride and joy of my project so far. I haven't worked on it for quite some time. Oh no, it's doing stuff. It's doing stuff. We're just, we're generating a lot of rain. Oh, are we good now? Oh, we're good now. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, where am I? First of all, I don't even know where I am. Oh, there I am. Okay. I'm gonna just teleport back to like basically the same place. Oh no. Yeah, okay, so we finally crashed somehow. What, 241? Okay, so we got an index out of bounds issue here, huh? 241 minus 1 minus y. What is y? 0? Wait, why is that out of bounds then? $241. Should be minus 1. And y is 0. Huh. I feel like that definitely shouldn't be the case. Anyways, back to the entity system, which I will then use to populate the world with things and stuff. And I think actually in doing that, maybe my casting thing got fixed. Because he used to not be casting the fireball at me. He used to cancel it on himself. Give me enemy archetype faster. Thank you. Just one of them, please. Not 100. Okay, so let's start the vlogger here. Yeah, this is what he is supposed to do. Okay, so I guess I kind of fixed that. I'm suspicious of it though, because I didn't do anything intentional to fix it. So that's always kind of scary. Yeah, I really wish I could get the state tree logs to show up on that track as well. Because this is just going to log every entity state tree all in one track. Okay, let's run that back. Okay, pause. He's choosing melee auto attack ability. Let me step through here. Okay, here's where you choose. Yeah, there's where you choose the fire. He chose fireball ability. He's within range, so he's staying put. Execute ability. Okay, so next frame. Let's zoom in here a little bit. Next frame, he just chose the melee auto attack ability. Now, I presume that this is because the fireball ability is on the global cooldown, so it is technically on cooldown. So when the choose ability task picks, again, it's like, hey, I can't use this ability, even though he's like currently using it. So he chooses melee auto attack ability. And so he wants to move here. That's where he wants to move. Where is calculate ability location? I need more logs in my calcability location. Blue and green. I guess I am logging that. I need like textual logs though. I need to know what's happening. Within range staying put. Okay, so that doesn't get reached again. That did get reached like that one frame. Is reached? Sounds wrong. I reached something. I wrought something? No, that's not right. I reacheth. Yeah, okay, so here's that log. Entity within range staying put. But then the next frame. Am I doing something to like... continuous tracking? I should be continuous tracking on that. There's no ability. That's probably not happening. If that doesn't happen... Then instigator location, target location. What is that? It's the green? The blue and the green. Instigator location, target location. So that's these two right there. I mean, that does get logged. It doesn't get logged at first. Instigator location, okay. So we are reaching this one then. Okay, so I guess why I would expect him to move. Usability location. Yeah, so we definitely are getting through the calculatability when we probably shouldn't be. But it is still working, so I'm wondering where... How does this... Let's put some of these files in order. I want... What do I want? I want choosability as well. Yep, give me that. That happens first. Then we calculate ability. Then we execute ability. Okay. And let me get the move to processor open as well. And entity move to. Okay. Okay, so what happens, we calculate ability location, which would send it off into entity move to, which would then send it off into movement processor, which I guess is not moving him somehow. Well, let's see how this plays out actually. Oh, this needs to be like resumed, doesn't it? Okay, see, that's what usually happens. Okay. So we're not fixed. God damn, why isn't it pausing them at the same time? That's like super annoying. Well, I want to run that back because that just got all sorts of messy. Okay, so now he's casting. So what's different here? Yeah, it doesn't seem to be consistent. Yeah, that's just, I'm moving. Target processor did its thing. Here we go. So here's the frame where he gets hit. We do be chosen the fireball ability. Staying put. Yeah, I can see the target location is just the same one. Goes ability. We're sticking with the fireball ability. Okay, so even though he's like casting it, it should be on like global cooldown right now. Actually, maybe I see the issue. Okay, what is this? Remove ability cooldown. It's already pending remove. Interesting. Okay. Is that affecting this at all? I don't know if that's an error. I put it as an error. I don't know if it actually is. Yeah, I mean, this is working how I want it to. Why does the... I don't know why the vlogger is working like this all of a sudden, because usually when I click pause in the editor, it pauses the vlogger output as well. So it's acting quite strange. Okay, that's still, yeah, that's working how I want it to. But there are some times when it doesn't. Oh, I just completely whiffed. That one did not. Okay, pause, pause. I still see that pending remove error. Okay, so we did get here to like the part where it's like, yeah, we're good, don't move. Now he chose... Okay, he chose Fireball here in this frame. Within range staying put. I suppose I want to know why... Did that get cancelled? I think that might have gotten cancelled. Okay, so I think maybe the way that I'm doing the moving tag is inconsistent. Let's do a vlog there as well. Which means I will need to have a reference to that. Good morning, Unreal Andy. Good morning. My entity subsystem. Entity subsystem. So we have a reference to that. Let's change this to a vlog entity. I guess I don't have the entity, right? I have ASC get entity, right? Oh no, because it's not a it's not a my ASC. Okay, this is going to be somewhat annoying. If auto entity interface equals cast there we go, entity interface, get entity. Okay. Okay, so that's being logged now when I add and remove. Put that in there as well. Okay, so now that's in there. Now I can know when that's happening in relation to everything else. I have a feeling that that is an issue here. What is this? Oh, it needs to be a text. It needs to be a teacher. Or not a teacher? I don't know. Dude, all the different ways you can write a freaking string in Unreal Engine kind of confuse me. You have f name, you have f text, you have f string. There's something like a teacher array. There's this thing. I don't know. I'm just used to using quotes, man. I'm not big brained enough for this. Okay, we're gonna clear, stop, clear, stop. Can I skip that? Thank you. Start that up again. What is this? Okay. Oh yeah, I edited a header, so we gotta rebuild that. I think it's time for more coffee. What do you guys think? I think it's time for me to make some more coffee. We'll do that. We'll do that next compile. Next compile, we'll do that. This house is so blue. Yeah, so I guess goals for the current thing I'm working on are to make sure that the entity can cast consistently without movement interrupting the cast. That's the goal here. Why is that a goal? Because I decided to refactor things. Okay, so this is good. That's correctly fuxy wuxied. Okay, so it's like right in here, somewhere in here. Okay. Oh, that's the wander target. Hang on. He's moving. Blam. Okay, he got hit there. Blam. Okay. Okay, what happened here? We chose Fireball. Got activated. Kind of hard to does this happen in reverse order? Kind of hard to tell, actually. And then here, aha, there it is. Okay, so we did add the moving tag in the next frame. Okay. I think probably what's happening. Okay, I think what's happening. This is just a thought. So, how this moving thing works is that I add it to a queue from a different processor, which is running in the background thread. So it gets processed like the next frame. I think I need to do something there. I think I maybe need to not... I need a way to like remove it from the queue. But like it should, I guess, it's adding it and then probably removing it right after, right? I'm gonna guess. Added it. Ended the fireball ability. No, there's no remove coming. Oh, there it is. There it is. It happens the next frame. Okay. Because what now? Why would that be happening? The move to, I guess the move to processor said like, hey, we're done with the move. I'm kind of thinking that like the ad should like, can I like remove? This is an issue. Yeah. Maybe it shouldn't be a queue. Maybe it shouldn't be a queue. Is there a type of queue that I can use where I can also remove from it? I think that's just a set at that point. Is there a thread safe set? Unreal Engine T-set thread safe. I mean, I guess I may just need to lock it manually, but it would be nice if there's a data structure built for that. What am I looking at here? Yeah, I think I just need a scope lock. Okay. And this, I think, can just become a T set, or rather a T map, rather than doing a tuple. Game thread updates. So now remove tag, add moving tag. Yeah, so now when these add, it should override the previous entry. How do I get like I guess I need to iterate through it. And this is where I need to scope lock. Yes, do that. Thank you. For each thing in thing. For each entry. Okay, now we're back. Now we're back. We're so fucking back. Oh, I'm adding a tuple. That's not what I want. I think this is gonna be a lot simpler. Boom. Yay. Okay. Okay. So hopefully this doesn't... I think if I just scope lock it while I'm iterating on it, that should be fine. We'll see if I also need to scope lock in here. Okay, this is, I said I was gonna go get coffee next time I rebuild, so that's right now. BRB. The coffee has been made. The beacons are lit. Gondor calls for aid. And by aid, they mean coffee.
Restaurant store.
30
Ads.
chairs, non-squeak.
Restaurant store.
15 non-wobble.
Okay. What did I just do? Okay, I changed the moving tag stuff. Okay. Run this shit. Okay, that didn't seem to do it. That didn't fix it. Okay. That did not work. We chose the fireball ability. Next frame. We added the moving. Okay. Move to. Trying to figure out what order this stuff actually happens in. It's actually kind of difficult to understand the ordering of these logs, and it's probably because I'm doing this on the background thread. Yeah, we chose the ability, and then the next frame. I don't know if is it bottom to top or top to bottom. I don't know. Interstate, combat state tree routes. Okay, yeah, so what happens in between these two frames? Within range staying put, so the move to processor probably would have called remove. Loose gameplay tag. Does it ever call remove loose gameplay tag? No, but I guess activating the ability is what does it, right? Because I have that stop. Yeah. I have a thing in here that's doing that. Yeah, there it is. There it is. So that removes it right there. That's what removes it. So that's not actually getting locked. But that probably happens in this frame, because that's when the ability is getting activated. And then here, we just add it right back. Even though... when it says staying put, I don't think we're actually staying put, necessarily. That happens here. I don't know that means... If we're not casting... Yeah, so we return there, I presume. Let's split these logs apart. Really? Should I be running here? If we're casting... If we had a previous move to task that put a move to data into the move to processor, and in the next frame we're just casting, we return running. I guess we technically never remove the move to data there. Is that what's happening? Bound path with 2 points. Am I not actually logging the path? No. Move to where am I drawing those arrows at? Move to current location, target location. Green and red, which are on top of each other actually. So, okay, so that's telling me that we did actually get to Like we weren't actually casting yet. So I don't think we got to this one. I think we got to this one instead. But let's do separate logs just to make sure that I know. If distance to target is, as long as it's greater, because we've already checked that we're in range up here. So if we're greater than min range, within min and max range, staying put. And I'll just put here currently casting, staying put. And I don't need to log the entity ID anymore. That makes these a bit simpler. One line. That's kind of nice. I don't have to printf or whatever format the text. Okay, so we have some additional logs there. What else do I want here? Moving on path, blah blah blah. Now I'm surprised this one didn't get logged. I should be logging the path, I feel like. Oh, it is logged. I see it now. It's just the path is not... Yeah, okay. So it is logging the path. It shouldn't actually be moving here. Move to tag processor. Or not move to tag processor. Move to processor. This should be returning is done with move. Yeah, let's put another log here. Within acceptance radius. We are within acceptance radius here. Okay, I'm liking. I can actually use these vlogs a lot more now, without having to worry about like mucking up the logs. I'm liking how this is feeling. I'll say not within acceptance radius. Okay. Now I know when it should be trying to add the moving tags. We have more information. We have more knowledge. And for most men, knowledge is power, but for me, it's the burden. Don't look into that statement too much. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Start. Okay. What do we got? What do we got? Not within acceptance radius. I don't need that process entities part. But we actually added, trying to add one that frame. Interesting. So I guess maybe the movement processor ran before the ordering again is so random, it seems. Executability, move to point, and it's definitely top to bottom because it goes find path, then move to on path with 2 points. So I guess maybe we were not within acceptance radius happened from the last move to, although that's where I was trying to move last frame. This frame, target location is still there. Okay, but what's the green? Oh god, I wish it offset the text a little bit. And then we were only within acceptance radius after it already removed the tag, or already added the tag from last frame. Okay, so I guess we kind of have like an off by 1 frame issue situation happening. How do I fix that? How would I want to fix that? I don't think I want to rely on things happening in a certain order. So, calculating ability location. Which one did I get to? Oh, no. Oh, God. Wait, did I click clear? Oh, no, I clicked clear. Did I? Oh, no, I didn't. I just zoomed way in. Okay. Okay. What was I trying to see? I was trying to see if we, within minimax range, staying put. Which means it did set the current location, the move to location. Then that, what happened there? Yeah, so it should have updated the move to data. But the movement processor happened first. But next frame... Oh god, okay, so the... Okay, I think I understand what's happening now. How would I fix this, though? Is there something I can override for a tick? Pickable tick type? Pickable tick type. Can I, like, set it? How do you set a tick group? Because there's a way you can tell it to, like, tick pre-physics and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm kind of one. Oh, God, what is that? Okay. Because what's happening is you get to, we start casting the fireball. Execute ability for what is it? We start casting the fireball. Right, we choose that ability. I guess? I don't know. The log order we're gonna get is just messing with my brain. But, okay, we're like, the movement processor runs based on the old data. We then choose the ability. When we choose the ability, we understand that we're now in range and we don't need to move. So we update the location. The move to location, we find a path to basically nowhere because it's the same location that we're already at. We hit the move to processor, which kind of packages that up and sends it to the move to processor, or we hit the move to task, which packages it up from the move to processor. And the next frame happens. And from the previous frame, the move to processor wanted to add the moving tag because based on the last frame's data, we weren't in it. So we queued up a tag to add next frame. And then that happens first. That happens first. I wonder if I should also check the entity velocity. Is that a good or a bad idea? I guess that might kind of depend on how I do deceleration, which I haven't done. I do have a, the transform data has a velocity vector on it that I store across frames. And that theoretically should be 0. Oh, I do actually end up setting it here eventually. I only do that when I stop rotating though, not necessarily when I stop moving. So maybe I can just move that up. I don't think I need velocity for rotation at all. And then maybe here I check the velocity as well, just to make sure it's still valid. I mean, might as well. Let's try it. Yeah, I don't actually have the entity to add. Should probably change that. It was just a pure like ability system thing. I can get the entity from the ability system, but that's kind of just like a very roundabout way to do the same thing. Okay, entity. If my entity, take that out. That is looking good now. Now I just need to get the entity data essentially. My entity, no, not mine. Transform, if I can spell, transform entity data. I don't need mutable. I do need the mutable ability system data. Thank you. Okay. Now I don't need the entity interface now either. That's kind of actually nice. That's actually entity is valid. Well, if it's not valid, let's just get that case out of here ahead of time. Okay. If entity isn't valid, or there's no transform data, or there's no ability data, or there's no ability system ASC. Those are all invalid cases. And let's fix this up here. And we log it, and we log it. Okay, and so let's also check and transform data dot velocity equals f vector 0, or it should be not equal to 0 because we're adding it here. And we are equal to 0, then we can remove it. Okay. Suffice to say, we're done. Rebuild. Okay, hopefully this solves my issues. Well, I mean, I may need to still make some adjustments to how the velocity is reset when I'm done moving. We'll see, though. We'll see. We'll see if that's necessary. Okay, open up the visual logger here. Okay, that first try worked, but we already saw that it was inconsistent before, so we'll need to do some more testing. Yeah, that looks a lot better, but again, maybe this is just one of those inconsistent moments here. Let's read the log so we can see what order things are happening in here. So this is the frame where we've chosen the fireball ability to use. Within max range, staying put. Yes, yes, yes. Now, where is... Okay, so we are not within acceptance radius, technically, from the perspective of the move to processor. Next frame, though. Or we are within acceptance radius, and I don't see the moving tag being added properly. That is proper. I don't see it being added. I properly see it not being added. That's the more clear way to say that, I suppose. Okay, so that's actually happening. Let's see if I can heal through it here, because he's gonna run out of mana. Oh, my heal does 0. Why is my heal doing 0? No. Why is that? Why was that happening? I thought I fixed that. Heal. Yo, I totally fixed this. Min heal, max heal. I guess it just never got saved. Okay, anyways, we need to try that again. So vlogger on, go. That's fine. That's a vlogger thing. Ignore that. Okay, we have some debug things being drawn. Also fine. Okay, so for the second time now, he properly started casting instead of interrupting his cast like a big dummy. They're getting smarter. Okay, here's where I chose it. Oh, and this time we actually were within the acceptance radius already. So I guess this is one of those inconsistent times where it works without this change. Hi, mister. My dog's peeking at me through the door. Hi, buddy. What a cutie. Yeah, so we were already within acceptance radius. I guess we were done moving, that's why. I guess if we're in the middle of a move, that's the inconsistent part. If we're in the middle of a move, it works differently. So let's try that. We gotta catch him on the move. Okay, he did properly do it that time as well. Did we fix it, chat? We fixed it. Okay. Not within acceptance radius. Okay, I think this did fix it. Yeah. I think we fixed it. Nice. Okay. Consider yourself fixed. Now, one thing I want to check here. Let's stop that. Stop that. Let's run it with a bunch of entities, just to make sure there's no framey-wamey stuff happening here. So this is going to get quite laggy. Oh, they're all enemies, so they're not going to attack each other. I need some other colonists. We're going to do 2 casters. Oh god, this is going to be bad. Actually, stop that. 500 is too much. Let's do 200. Good god. I also spawned them all in the same spot, so let's not do that. Okay, spawn them in the grid. Are we all casting here? That guy's melee swinging. Everyone should probably be casting at this point. I have some guys that aren't. Yeah, this is where the frame rate of the animations kind of throws off the attachment. This one must be 30 FPS, and that's why it's working. The dagger. Everyone's gonna start melee swinging because they're out of mana. Here they come. Did we kill them all? Oh, the green's dead. That guy's just acting like he's dead, not actually dead, I suppose. Okay, I mean that nothing crashed there. That's good. I guess we'll take it up to, let's take it up to 500. Oh boy, lag city. Lag city. Just, there's no... I think maybe optimizing the fireball projectiles is my next move, because this just looks like the 4th of July up in here. This is why we have ants. Good god. Okay, and they're all getting de-rendered because they're behind me. And then I need to fix this reference chain that's preventing these from being rendered. And they still play sounds, which is crazy. This looks so wild. I should have an ability called like Storm of Daggers or some shit. Dr. Elliot, he said Jesus, yeah. You missed the part where I explained I have a reference chain that's preventing these from getting deleted properly. I need to fix. But yeah. Elliot, we just fixed a... I changed up my moving tag processor. So I had this processor that was iterating over all the entities and checking their velocity, which is just a vector that I store on a transform data fragment. And, you know, if they have velocity, it adds a moving tag, and if they don't have velocity, it removes it. And I need that tag for, like, gameplay abilities to, like, properly cancel it and stuff. Why do you still have... Whoa. I wonder if his target must have, like, died. Yeah, his target must have... That's so funny, they just, like, shoot him out. I think their target died while they were mid-casting, so the fireball never got... Oh, and it goes back. Interesting. Okay, so there's a bug there. That's cute. At least it's the same fireball, right? Yeah, I think I need to check if they have a dead target or not. 550. I want to see it. I mean, I'll do that out of combat. We'll do a bunch that don't have combat on them. But with combat, I mean, I was at 500 and that was pretty bad. Let's just do colonist warrior. I'll get rid of it. Okay, so here's 500. Okay, so here is it, and let me do a stat unit, stat FPS, and then we'll go full screen. So yeah, we're at right at like 60 frames, and so that's like 1,000 all on screen pretty much. What? Oh, it happened. Okay, this is what I was worried about. We need more? Yeah, I know. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. So I'm finding out that I have to put a critical selection on both ends of the situation, which is kind of annoying. Look at you iterating through a map. Why does that matter? So slow, as opposed to what? An array of its keys? What is the alternative? Like a get keys or some shit? Iterating on a map is just slower because it's not contiguous, but I'm just fucking with you. But again, what's the alternative? Slower than what? I suppose doing this would be better. Not using a map. But a map is just a set underneath it. So when you say not using a map, you mean using an array? Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if there would be a way around this. Because, like, you would have to, profile the scope of this function. It's not going to be very much. This shouldn't actually be iterating over too many. I should put a scope thing in here, though. Anyways. But like this isn't iterating over every entity. So it's just kind of like ad hoc, like just iterating over the last frame's added tags. Because like the move to processor that I have, that's iterating over all the things that need to be moved, is what's adding or removing these tags. But yeah, I'm not sure if there would be, because like to get a continuous block of memory for like an array or whatever, don't you have to know the number that you're inserting up front? Or else you have to call a function after you've added everything, which I think kind of defeats at least some of the performance gains. That's how I understand it. And so when you're just dealing with like an arbitrary length of an array, not sure what I mean. Like, for instance, like for processing entities, right? Like all these entities have set data. I know ahead of time how many entities I have and how much their data is. So I can reserve the space in the array so I can have all that physically close to each other in memory, right? Because I know up front how much memory I'm going to use. And therefore iterating over it will be efficient. But if I don't know up front how much I'm going to have, then I don't understand how to get all of the elements in an array physically close to each other in an efficient way. Does that make sense? Doth that make sense? We'll do a trace. We'll do a trace. 500, no combat. Well, is this still combat? That might still be combat. Well, stop that. Let's get our stat units here. Stat unit, stat FPS. Okay. So actually, the editor is actually not running very fast right now. I don't know, like sometimes the editor runs fast, sometimes it doesn't. We're running at like 70 FPS. I'm not sure why. If I go full screen, hang on, let me just check full screen. Okay, full screen, nothing happening. We're at 100 FPS. And we are draw frame bound. Okay, when I look down, it's 120, which is like the cap. Up at the sky. Still GPU bound, essentially. I think we're basically GPU bound. Okay, but we're gonna do that. We're gonna run everything, and so it's gonna be super laggy at the beginning while it's spawning everything. And then after it's done spawning, let's go full screen. Okay, so we are at 55, right at 60 FPS-ish, 50 to 60. Now, if they're all ISMs, we're at 70. We're right at 70 FPS. And so this is kind of like worst case scenario, right? Like 500 entities all right next to each other and on screen. Okay, let's take a look at that trace then. There's all the spawning. Spawning looks horrible, you can tell. What is this? Is this like a GC frame or something? No, I guess just something took a long time, that frame. Interesting. Refresh bone transforms. Frame sync time. Some shadow renderer? Okay. Let's just grab, this is a 70 FPS frame right here. So the instant static mesh actor, 4.4 milliseconds. This is what's controlling the position of all the entities when they're static meshes, and then also all the position of their attachments. So that's not going to scale very well whenever I add more attachments like gear and stuff like that. So I'll need to probably pre-process things on a background thread or something before finally doing the update instance transform, which I'm pretty sure needs to happen on the game thread. Not sure. Okay, so moving tag subsystem here, 1 millisecond. Then the entity move to processor, 2 milliseconds. The entity representation processor, 1.4 milliseconds. And then we have some slate stuff, which I'm sure could be better on my behalf as well. The action bar is like my biggest thing, because I'm checking every frame for cooldowns to like render the radial cooldown shader. So I could probably get better at that and not do that if I don't need to. Because then I'm like constructing a gameplay effect, essentially, I guess. And then in the background, let's check out some of my background stuff here. What do we have? Character mesh stuff. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, so my chunk processor is not actually good. It's kind of bad. I need to go back and fix that. So ignore that. And I'm pretty sure that's because I'm doing a distance check for every entity. So that's kind of bad. The state tree only took 5 milliseconds. When there's no combat, state tree pretty efficient. The difference would probably be even more with UE because STD vector is slow as fuck. My trunk sucks with me. Is this why you haven't been talking? Because you've been typing out this class here? All right, let's check this out. Oh yes, one of my favorite struct names. My trunk sucks wee-wee. Maybe your drum does, but my drum doesn't. Unordered map, vector, and then we're just filling them with shits. And this is just a struct with a key and value, which, yeah, you just have the same types for the map as the array. High resolution clock. Don't know what that is. Pair for each pair and map. Get the key and the value, and I guess do nothing with it. Map end. Okay, okay, okay. This is your timer. I see. Start and end duration. And I guess you iteration time for map. 100 ms. About 100 ms difference. Wait, why does it take 100 ms to iterate over 5,000? That seems like way too long. Or 1,000 ms. Why does that seems like so long? Oh, micro. Okay. Oh, I was just thinking ms. I microsecond. No. Okay. Yeah. In my head, that was, I said microseconds. In my head, I was thinking milliseconds. I was like, that's insane. Okay. But I mean, but see, the difference is even, it's so negligible. That's such a negligible difference. That is such a negligible difference. And like, can you, okay, here's your quest, Dr. Elliot. If you're doing more finds map per second, be better. Yeah, the constant time lookup is, yeah, the primary reason to use them. I just used it in there because I only had 2 values that I needed, and I didn't feel like writing a struct for that. That's why. But I guess if I'm checking the velocity, okay, all right. You know what, Dr. Elliot? I do. If I'm checking the velocity, I don't actually give a shit. I just write the struct in place. I did have a TQ. I was using a TQ before this, but I wanted to be able to remove from the queue as well. Because I guess essentially what this is good at is if a remove moving tag, like, because this part is happening on the game thread and where I'm adding to it is happening in a background thread, I could potentially have it to where, let's say I add the moving tag in the background thread, and then before this gets to run in the game thread, I also remove a moving tag in the background thread. And having the map here allows me to override the previous moving tag add, so that I don't add it and then remove it in the same frame, which would cancel my gameplay abilities. But I did just change it to checking the velocity anyways. So I'm really just saying, hey, update the moving tag for these entities. And then this can just turn into a key set of fMyEntity. I was hoping that there would be a thread safe TQ or a thread safe T set. What data structure backs a TQ? It's just a linked list, I guess. And that explains why it's thread safe by default, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was hoping that there would just be like a default implemented thread safe T set. I have to lock here. Another useful thing is to just store 2 of them, a hash map for finds and an array for iteration. Yeah, I do know about that trick, and I actually do that in my entity subsystem. I have 2 different sets there. We are moving if we're not equal to 0. Okay, so we can get rid of that. So to your point, Dr. Elliot, thank you for bringing that up, because I just realized I don't even need the map anymore. I'll make the suggestion since you're really trying to min-max performance in ECS anyway. Yeah, I mean, I do appreciate it. It's just like, I mean, do you really think that this is worth it? Like, I mean, because this seems so tiny to me, even in an ECS system. Like, because what, how many, is it, hang on, let me look at this. Let me look at, MS, let me dig deeper here. Is this microseconds? Is that what that symbol is? Hang on. It is. Okay, that is microseconds. Okay, so I guess that could add up. I guess that could add up. This is a very small data structure, and STD vector is slow. I don't like STDs anyway, so that's good that I'm not already using them by default. Yeah, and I'm wondering, like, even in some places where performance really matters, they just store raw function pointers to prevent calling virtual functions. That really adds up. That's what an ECS tries to solve. I mean, my biggest bottlenecks are not. I don't think I have a lot more low-hanging fruit in those types of optimizations. I think. Now I'm wondering, right? Because let me look up the T-Array Unreal Engine docs. So they do have. Well, they say somewhere. Where's the reserve? Is it down here? Yeah, because I'm curious. You definitely should be reserving memory. Yeah, I definitely do it in some places. I do it where I think I do it everywhere. It makes sense so far. I'm not sure. I'll probably have to go back and audit that. But yeah, I would be curious to see a test of that, right? In fact, since you're not exposing that T-set to BP, you can use an inline allocator. Like this thing? The inline set allocator. I mean, and what performance benefit would that get me? An inline set allocator that allows sizing of the inline allocations for a set number of elements. Yeah, I don't understand what performance benefit this would give me. Just pre-allocates memory inline, as opposed to. I don't understand. I don't understand why that would be better, as opposed to what? Because like, I mean, memory needs to get allocated when it's added. So what does pre-allocate mean in that context? More code examples. I do appreciate that. And like, I also, for this set, I don't know the size up front, so I can't really, I can't reserve memory on this. This is not one that I can reserve memory on. Want to see something crazy? I don't know. I'm scared. Use small words. I'm not very smart. Okay, we're going to see the difference between virtual function calls and regular function calls. Good God, 3 seconds on my target processor. I thought using my chunk query would make it more performant, but it did the opposite. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need a better way when I get my like full equipment setup going. Gonna need okay, so let's look at this. On average, let's see here. 1.2, 1.1. Let's pick a longer frame. Moving tag processor is actually even less there. So we're going to compare this now that I've changed the code a little bit. Moving tag processor 1.5 I'm seeing. Moving tag subset. So we're right around 1 millisecond. I'll say like 800 microseconds to 1.5 milliseconds. So now with that change, let's see how much better that gets. Okay, what's our new info here? Okay, what do we have? Some do work function that's virtual with a base implementation. We have a derived class that overrides the do work. It does the same exact thing though. What on earth is this right here? Function pointer base. What on earth is that? That looks disgusting. I hate that syntax. But I guess we're just it's a pointer to a function that we are dereferencing to get the ref of the function and then calling the function and then setting it equal to null pointer. I don't understand what that's saying. A function pointer. That looks disgusting. I hate that. I hate that syntax. Emulate work. Okay. There's some big brain stuff happening here. I'm emulating a virtual function call with a function pointer. Okay. Maybe I'll find out why here in a second. So we have a vector of virtual base. And we were just adding to it new virtual derived. And then we're going to call the do work, which essentially just does like a square root or some shit. Why does 42 prevent optimization? Volatile does. But why would I use that? Function pointer object. Do work equals emulate work. We're just overriding the virtual function to like some global function. Virtual objects. Function pointer object. Do work. Cut to the chase. Yeah, okay, that is a big difference. That is a big difference, but let me better understand what you're doing here. Okay, so essentially you're just like, rather than the compiler is going to have to like, for each object, it's going to have to go find its function to call, essentially, with the virtual object. It's going to have to go find it. But like with here, you're telling it what the function is because you've just replaced it with a global function. And so it doesn't have to go find it. And so it's just pointing, it's just all right. It's pointing to the same thing. It's not having to like go find it or whatever. Whatever math happens there or not math, operations happen there. And then you clean up your mess. That's nice. And so I'm wondering, like, it's how people who write in C emulate polymorphism. Oh my god, that sounds like so much extra fucking work. You can define a function pointer and assign it later to act as a virtual function call, but much faster. Dude, yeah, like that seems like so much work to emulate polymorphism. So after seeing this, I guess what I'm wondering is, let's say do work was not virtual. What would the comparison be here? But I imagine there would still be some performance benefit of just telling it where the function is at some point. Because essentially you have a bunch of different objects it would be like the exact same. Are you sure? Like my thinking was like, there is some overhead to calling a function on an object. That's my assumption, right? Specifically that you have, or I said object, a class. My assumption is that there is some overhead to calling a function on a class, as opposed to this one here, where you're just calling a kind of just statically defined function. And it's the same function, right? It's not on a bunch of different objects. Okay, let's see. So yeah, you saved about 2,000 microseconds. So you saved 2 ms, right? Ignore the word. Yeah. I think I got what you did, but you saved about 2 ms, right? Which, you know, that adds up. So I mean, I think I'm right. There is some overhead to using a class versus using a global function pointer. Dude, oh my god. This level of optimization is just like, I don't know, like, it's so beyond me. Like, I get what's happening here, but like, I don't know if I would know, like, oh yeah, here's a situation that would benefit from this. Okay, but anyways, we have our, so when we were using a map, ECS is supposed to be optimized, but yeah, that's like a ridiculous amount of optimization. Like, that's too much. I would rather just change how the system works in general, like use more things on background threads that don't need to be game thread specific to get that kind of performance benefit. Okay, let's turn on our trace channels. Make sure we have 500 again. Okay, okay. Well, stop that. We gotta get our that unit, that FPS. But what about for machines that don't support much multi-threading? Yeah, well, you're not going to get, that's not going to be very performant then, is it? They're trying to get the game to run on Steam Deck. Yeah, don't support that. Yeah, just no. I mean, if you're trying to get an ECS system, like if you're making a game that needs that much performance improvements, like you shouldn't be targeting low-end hardware, I don't think. At least mid-level PC hardware is what you should be targeting, right? I don't think you should be trying to target a Steam Deck or a Game Boy Advanced or whatever else the fuck you want it to run on. Fucking smart fridge. Okay, let's run this. That Kingmaker's... I'm not the Kingmaker's dad's, okay? Yeah, we're at like 70-ish FPS. I'm not sure if that would have made much of a difference. Frames. Now they're all just standing around because the state tree's broken, but okay, stop the trace. Let's look at it. Let's see how much of a difference it made. Using a set versus a map. I mean, a map is backed by a set anyway, as far as I know. Maybe a little bit less. It's 900 microseconds. 1.2... 800. Look at some of the longer frames here. 1.3. I mean, I don't know. It's about the same. 1.1. It's in the same range, you know. It's not, I don't think it made a huge difference. Map versus set. They're both not contiguous. An array would really make the only difference. Yeah, but is that worth it when I could have multiple of an entity being added to the array? I mean, let's try it. Let's try it. Let's validate these assumptions. Oh. I think I'm also being really fucking dumb. I'm being really fucking dumb also. I'm never actually removing from the list afterwards. Okay, that's... Okay, well, I'm gonna do an array just to like... the array... Okay.
Dum 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 dum.
I'm being really dumb. Okay, so Dr. Elliott, what's happening here is that I was using a TQ before, where I would DQ from the queue every frame, you know, and then do the operations. Then I changed it to be a map, and then I would only ever add to the map, and I would never remove from the map. So this taking 1.2 milliseconds is actually a fraction. It should actually be a fraction of this, because I should be resetting this to fucking 0 at the fucking end. I never actually did that part when I changed from a queue to a map and now to a set. So we're sitting here arguing about sets or arrays. It's not going to fucking matter, because it's going to be way less anyway. It's going to be like so much less anyway. Oh boy. I wouldn't have caught that for a long time, probably. Okay. Tell me about this T inline allocator though. Like, is this the amount of memory I'm allocating? Number of inline elements. Yeah, the one for the set was the T set inline allocator or something like that. The inline set allocator. Okay, but I have to. Okay, let's compare. We'll compare. You want me to put 500 in here? Is that what you want? Because there shouldn't actually be that many in here now. There shouldn't actually be that many. Because now it should properly be resetting the array afterwards. Oh, I'm so stupid. Okay, we're gonna try with the T set first. We're just gonna roll with that. Watch, it's gonna be a fucking fraction. It's gonna be under, I'm gonna guess under 100 microseconds. What is this? Number of inline buckets must be a power of 2. Okay. We'll do 256 then. It doesn't like it. Key init type, element init type. T-set, what are your... oh, it needs the key funcs. Okay, let me just copy that then. Element type, F my entity, I guess. Okay, is that what you want now? Why is a Steam Deck not multi-threaded? Or does it just not have very many cores? Okay, so we're going from like... This is going to be so funny. The difference is going to be so funny. Yeah, we're going from like 1-ish, like 800 to 1-ish, 1.5-ish milliseconds. So we'll keep that in mind. Okay, let's get my channel set up here. Channels. At FPS. Okay. We were still around the same frame rate. 65 to 70. First we get in here, it's like 50 FPS. We're at 60. We're at like 60. Actually, not too bad. Yeah, okay, so now their logic is kind of stuck, so I guess we'll get a sample here at the end. Now we're at like 75. Okay. Let's see what we're looking at here. It's still, I mean, I guess I'm just adding most of them to the array, to the set. Yeah, I guess it's the same size still. What is this the right trace? I don't believe this. I mean, I can validate this by looking at some of the very end frames, because nothing should be moving. Okay, yeah, it's less. I mean, it's about the same still. I guess that means that I'm basically adding all of the them. Which trace functions are you using? What do you mean? Panels? Is that what you're talking about? Not sure what you mean by trace functions. Yeah, I guess the move to processor, I guess, is adding every frame, every entity, basically. Unless it gets here. The macro. Right here. Trace CPU profiler event scope. No, I have no idea what the difference is. I just used the first one that worked. I'm pretty sure I copied that from somewhere in the engine source files. So I saw that doing something. I was like, hey, that looks cool. I don't know, what do you use? Okay, let's try an array now. Let's see what happens. T inline allocator. Is it not just T inline allocator? Oh, I don't need the key function now. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, add all that. Okay, we'll try that now. Okay, we'll try that now. I wonder if what I can do... Well, no, it's probably not going to be... Never mind. I was going to say, when I empty the array or the set or whatever, I should reserve back... Can I empty it without, like, taking away the memory or something? I don't need to with the inline allocator. Okay, well we shall see. We shall see. Okay. That FPS. I wish I could just have these on by default. Probably a way to do that. Okay. Start tracing, play, full screen. Okay, we're doing laggy spawning parts. Okay, spawning done. 55, 60-ish frames almost. And let's get them all as ISMs here. Yeah, 65, 70 maybe. This actually might seem like a little bit lower. Okay. Seems much smoother. Random frame here. Still like around 800 microseconds. I don't know. 600. I mean, maybe it's on average. I mean, still 1.2 milliseconds here. 800 microseconds here. 900, basically 1 ms. 1.2. I mean, it doesn't seem to make much of a difference, honestly. 1.8 milliseconds. That's the highest I've seen so far. Look at some of these yellowy frames. 700 microseconds. 1.3. 1.2. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that made a difference very much. I mean, if this is going to be iterating over every entity anyway, like I might as well just do that on the game thread, essentially. I don't think this is any faster than when I just had this running on the game thread, rather this running on the game thread. I could probably be smarter here about when I'm adding it. I think I still prefer the T set just to prevent there from being some additional iterations that may not need to happen, especially if it's not going to make a huge difference. I would prefer that just so that there's no chance of this adding multiple things to that array process in a frame. Now, I'm assuming I probably can check whether I already have the tag or not. Because I guess what I'm worried, because these are just loose gameplay tags, I'm worried about if I don't check it. I set tag count. Set tag map count. Maybe I should just do that. Moving 1. That way I don't need to check. That way I don't need to check it there. Although let me copy that. We're gonna check that here. If has move tag, remove it. Else if I don't has move tag, add it. Okay, so I think just maybe being a bit smarter there is going to help a lot more than that. Hang on, let me check this and make sure we're still... Okay, we can get rid of that. So hang on, stop that. Uh-oh. What is this? What is this? Oh, I'm not using the right one. Right. I'm just going to get rid of that. Just going to get rid of it. Sorry, Dr. Elliott, I'm not going to take your inline set allocator suggestion. I have a feeling if this works like I'm thinking, I'm going to guess that it's going to be 10 times more efficient than any change I could have made there. But we'll see. We'll see. This is good. I've learned things though, so this is good discourse to have. I'm thinking in my I'm thinking maybe in my instant static mesh actor tick, I can probably do some better reserving of memory for that. Okay. Start that. So we're going to run full screen. Still seems about the same. We all we're draw frame bound there. Or draw thread. I think maybe on average this is better, although the top end is not any different because of the draw call. Yeah, the draw is taking up longer here than the game thread, but that's kind of a good problem to have, right? That means our game thread code is not the issue. I'll try 5,000. I'll try it. Let's take a look at this first, though. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Can't even see it. Can't even see it. Wait, where is it? I can't even fucking find it. You're pathing async, right? Yes, I am. I'm technically using the sync function, but it's happening on the background thread, so effectively async. There it is. Look, dude, look at so much fucking less now. Look at that, dude. 28 not nanoseconds, microseconds. Look at that, like drastically changed it. So and that's kind of what I mean. Like I'm not looking to do stuff like that because like me just being smarter about the overall system seems to make a much bigger impact. And then if I need to do shit like that, you know, I'll get there. Yeah, but I guess my game thread bottlenecks now are just like handling all the attachments is going to be an issue. Yeah, the time manager from all the gameplay effects. Yeah, because like this is and this is why I split spawning across frames, because what used to happen was whenever I spawn these entities, they have like a lose food and a lose sleep gameplay effect added whenever they spawn. And when I spawn those all in the same frame, those would all tick in the same frame. So I get these like random ass hitches periodically whenever those gameplay effects would execute. Those periodic effects would execute. So only doing 10 per frame means I only have like, you know, that many to go through. I could spawn 1 per frame to make that even just ditch gameplay abilities. Yeah, it's I was actually thinking about that last night when I was talking about I made that joke in on stream that you were in my DMs trying to get me to ditch gameplay abilities. Need an ECS to manage it. I am actually kind of using the ECS to manage the projectile trajectories. I changed that to just happen like on a tick, and it just kind of moves the projectiles a la almost the same as the entities move, instead of using like the what it was previously was the projectile component, which of course was just like way more expensive than it needed to be. And of course that you need to have a target component for that anyway, which I didn't even have because they're instant static meshes. So why did this render frame take like 37 milliseconds? What is it? So yeah, I mean, just being smarter about this saved me so fucking much. And here, they're all instant static meshes. So I have more of a tick here in the ISM actor, and less of a tick. I don't even have any tick in the movement processor, which I don't even know where the fuck it is now. Yeah, and I was, what was I saying? I was saying, like, I was thinking about maybe getting rid of the gameplay ability system last night when I was making the meme about you in Odd Stream, when I was memeing on it. And I was thinking, like, I already have all the assets and shit set up to be gameplay abilities and gameplay effects and gameplay tags. I think I would probably still use those as just, like, data containers. But I think actually like applying them and executing them would maybe be the part that I handle myself, because you'll see in combat it's an issue. I'll show you in combat here. I know you wanted to see. Well, let's do 5,000. We'll do 5,000. What does 5,000 look like? Okay, you ready? You ready? All right, we're gonna be spawning for a while. I'm gonna turn around. They're gonna spawn when they're not being seen. I don't know if we're done spawning. Uh-oh. Imagine seeing zombies like this off in the distance. You mean all these little cubes? Those are big ass spheres though, right? Are those the same size that you showed me in Discord last night? So here's the thing, Elliot, like when they're like everything out here, like it's just a pixel at that point, right? Like you don't actually need to render that, you know? Like, yeah, maybe here in the foreground looks like a colony of ants, but yeah, that's because they're like 5 times the size of an actor, you know, of a regular NPC or something. Like, yeah, I get like maybe here rendering all these. I would render from like here. Maybe this is the line I would draw. I mean, honestly, like, let's zoom the fuck in on this. Like, I mean, dude, these are trees. Like, look at these trees. Hang on. Oh my God, I hate this. Just give me the raw image. Like, looking at this. It looks like you just used PCG. But like, you know, I mean, you're not even going to see most of these zombies, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you need to render 5,000 zombies on screen ever, because there's only like, there's hardly even that many pixels on screen. I get the desire to do that though. That would be awesome to see them off in the distance. I hope I can do the same thing. But I just don't think you necessarily need to. Illegal call to static find object fast while garbage collecting. Why on earth did this happen? Can I just skip it for now? No. No, it just fucking crashed. That's great. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why that would have happened. So there was a garbage collection happening, but like I was still iterating on things in the background thread, I suppose. And I didn't like that. Do I need to do the garbage scope lock when I'm doing background thread shit? I feel like that there's probably a better solution. I should still have the trace though, right? Just the 5,000 trace? Yeah, I think so. Was I still spawning at this point? Yeah, I was still spawning, so spawning was taking up 50 milliseconds. Move to processor only 5 milliseconds. Representation processor 8.7. I mean, the gameplay effect takes 11 milliseconds. Yeah. And what's the big issue here? Free attribute change. That's my function. But then it just internally calls apply. Yeah, and here, this is what I was going to show you before I did the 5,000 test, Elliot, was like applying, like, post apply gameplay effect to execute and apply gameplay effect to self. Like these were taking like 800 microseconds, sometimes almost a millisecond. Like I was going to show you when they're all in combat. Even just like a melee swing would take like a millisecond to process. And that's just not going to cut it, you know? And I don't exactly know what internally is causing that. And like, because I kind of feel like I would end up recreating gas just in my own way. So I don't know. It's kind of like a path I don't know that I want to go down, because I feel like I might just end up recreating the same issue with nothing to show for it. Ooh, ow, fuck. Oh, I just hit my funny bone. Ooh, that smarts. Ooh, ooh-wee, that smarts. So what are your thoughts on that, Elliot? Like, do you think I would be able to re-implement gas, essentially? And save performance here? I don't know. Maybe you missed all of what I was saying. Yeah, I wasn't even done spawning. I mean, what would my frame rate would have been pretty bad. I think I would have been at like 30 FPS or something. I think you just need to find another way to manage the entities when they're not active. Well, I mean, when they're not rendered on screen, they're incredibly cheap to process, because that will literally entirely happen on the background thread. The proof is there. You can see it's bogging down. Yeah, I agree. My worry was that like I would spend a bunch of time essentially re-implementing the same thing that gas is, and I wouldn't even really be able to do it any more efficiently than they're already doing it. That's my worry. Let's just cut this down to 2,000 and run it again. See if we can actually get them all to get spawned. Are these Niagara skeletal meshes? No, no Niagara yet. I may look into using that, but they're all just instant static meshes. When they're blue, when they're green, they're actual actors. They're actual skeletal meshes. But we may still be spawning. Okay, here we go. Now we're done spawning, I can tell. Yeah, we're at like 25 FPS. Yeah, it gets really bad when they're all actors, you know, doing the movement component and skeletal mesh animation and stuff like that. I'm actually up to like 40, 50 now. Yeah, when they're not on screen, 60, 70 FPS. It doesn't even matter. When they're not on screen, it just doesn't even, like, it's all super, super efficient. I guess other than game... Oh, I didn't even run the trace. God damn it. Okay. Run it back. Okay. Finish spawning. It's still spawning. Still spawning. There we go. Finish spawning. Now we're at like 20 FPS. Game thread is the blocker still when they're all rendered. But if I turn away, look at that, dude. Like 70 FPS. I mean, down to, yeah, when they're all rendered, you know, things need to happen. But yeah, 70, almost 80 even, it looks like. You can probably do what Kingmakers does and only make them SKM when they're within a certain frustum. Yeah, I need a lot more animation tools for that. I mean, I think they're animating pretty well already, but what I need is a per bone animation blending, I think, for that to happen, which to me sounds a hell of a lot more complicated. Because I need to blend between like let's say they're, you know, they're close to me and they're running and attacking, they're going to run and melee swing at another target. Like, I need to play the locomotion on their lower half and then the weapon swing on their upper half. I don't know how to do that with Vertex animated textures. I presume that, I mean, logically there is some way to do that on the GPU, right? Like there is some material code I could write to do that, but that is just like kind of beyond my skills. I would need to upgrade my skills. I would need to download more skills for that, I think. Yeah, I mean, background thread, look at that. I mean, really the only is why would the move to processor, why would you be doing things on the game thread? Oh, it's moving the ISMs? But I thought this was when the ISM wasn't Okay, yeah, it's just like, it's not every frame. Wait, why isn't it? What is this actually doing? In the entity representation processor, what's happening there? This frame is what I expect. This frame looks solid. Yeah, like 100 microseconds there. What is happening in this frame? Because there was a point. Could have been a point. And then here's like when it's all rendered. This was like everything rendered. 22 FPS for 2,000 entities. Just a lot of move to processor ticking. The instant static mesh actor is by far. I wonder if I should use the there's an update, like there's a batch update function. I wonder if that would be more efficient. I'm also doing the animation processing as well on the game thread, so there's some non-negligible operations happening there. Yeah, setting the custom data as well, marking the render state dirty. I mean, it essentially would need to be dirty every frame anyway. But does that queue up? No, it just marks it dirty, so it probably just queues it up properly there. And where am I actually setting in the move to processor? This is where I'm like putting the location of the ISM. This is background thread. Pick. There's if it's an actor. Okay, here's where it's happening. Yeah, so I'm just doing update instance transform by ID. Batch up, update instances, transforms. Is that a public one? Dude, this Kevin Zero guy has a lot of cleanup to do. I've seen him all over the source code. Okay, that one's deprecated. Okay, that answers my question of why are these different. Use the new ID-based APIs. Yeah, that's what I would want to do anyway. Does it give me update instance? Is it just talking about these batch ones? Because these ones have indices in them. Yeah, these ones are still indice based. Or index based. Where are these? What does this call internally? Yeah, where is this ID-based batch update function? Write instant static meshes, and then after I use Niagara, so much more performance. However, no collisions, otherwise it starts to run like crap, of course, so everything needs to be compared on a particle location basis, at least for what I built then. Interesting. Okay, I might have to look into that then, because I wrote my own collision stuff for it, which I need to update as well, but I have my own... I have my own collision functions. So here's like a sphere trace, and then here's a box trace as well. And this is what I use for my abilities. Running this entity query is actually horribly unperformant though. That's how I wrote it. So I need to go back and fix it, but it should be better. And I think it's because this right here. I think it's probably the main reason, the distance calculation. So yeah, maybe. So I guess what I'm hearing from you is that using Niagara, you can move things async. You don't have to move them on the game thread. If so, I may need to do that. That may be how I scale this system. And I've always had Niagara on kind of like my ad here to look into because I've heard such whispers. Maybe that's where I need to go with it. Maybe that's what I need to go with. Niagara particles. In Niagara, what are you saying? What are you saying? In Niagara, you simply update the complete particle array all at once if you want. It's very fast. But I guess what I would be looking for is I need to move individual Niagara particles is what, because each particle is an entity, or would be. A lot of assumptions being made here on my behalf. But I need to individually move the particles every frame. That's what I would be looking to do with Niagara. You simply update the complete particle array all at once. So I guess are you saying that like you calculate all the positions and then you just send it to all the positions all at once, and it does it very fast? You use Houdini. Oh, shut up. I don't give a shit about Houdini. The relative location in my skeletal mesh renderer was not set to particles.position. Oh, wait, you can actually spawn skeletal mesh components as well? I didn't know that. That's crazy. Yeah, I'll have to look into this off stream so I actually know what the hell I'm talking about a little bit more. I assume I would still want to use the static meshes and animate them with materials. Yeah, I've never used Niagara, so I need to look into that more. Again, issue for a different day. An issue for a different day. Where do I want to go with today? So I think I'm at a kind of a good spot. I think I actually want to commit what I have here. Yeah, let's commit what I have here. This is going to be a giga commit. This is, what did I do here? Cache, all anim frame, bone transforms for attachments. And then I also refactor moving tag and junk processor systems. Okay, that's essentially what everything in here is. Oh, I also added the vlogging stuff, but who cares about that? Committing. I'm committing. Is it that? It's not that big of a commit. Come on now. Why is this taking so long? Odd. You commit already? Jesus Christ, bro. Okay, well, while it's committing, let's think about what I want to work on next. I have my little list here of things. I do need to optimize the projectiles quite a bit more. That's a pretty high prior thing. What else do I want to do? Oh, the one frame jitter issue when changing from, oh, here we go. When changing from actor to instant static mesh is also something that's been bothering me. I have tried to fix that before, it kind of failed though, so. I need to add entity move speed to the move to processor. Essentially, like, the ability system can add effects that like slow down the move speed and stuff like that, and right now that doesn't impact entities at all. Oh, I was gonna add some avatar hysteria as well. That's what they call it in mass, where like right now I just have a radius, and like if an entity is outside that radius, it's an instant static mesh. If it's inside that radius, it's an actor. The hysteria allows for some wiggle room, so it actually has to change location more than just being on the opposite side of that radius, and that way they're just not switching back and forth all the time. And I could just work on more Colony Sim state tree stuff. Although I do need to, I can actually, I can cross off entity attachment logic here, so I've kind of figured that out. It was nice. Yeah, I'm gonna have to hit up Dr. Elliott off stream. I'm gonna see if he wants to collab with me on a gas, but for ECS system. Maybe we can just theory craft together. Because yeah, the gas stuff does take quite a bit of time. So let's just do, I'll show this here. Let's do, and this will be a good test of my projectiles as well. So we have a colonist warrior. Let's add enemy caster as well. We're just gonna do 100. So with 100, totally fine. Like, this is actually pretty performant, other than those, whatever the hell happened there. But yeah, we're at 60, maybe even 70 frames. I think they kind of killed everyone there. Let's look at that trace real quick. Maybe I need to bump up the numbers there. Yeah, what is happening here in these frames? Bro, what is this? Ending the fireball ability took 30 milliseconds? What on earth? What on earth are you doing? Oh my god, look at this. Why are these randomly taking so long? On gameplay effect applied to self, 6 milliseconds. I mean, it's so random. That's it. Ditch gas. So, every once in a while in the profiler, in Unreal Insights, I'll just get like a random ass like operation that takes way longer than usual. Like something like this, right? Like what's happening here on this random ass frame that's making it take so long, when every other frame it's, you know, way less. I'm sure the same is the case here. Like, what is this? Directory Watcher Windows took 10 milliseconds. Like, what is all this random shit, you know? Have you disabled the UDP messaging plugin? Well, considering that I don't know what that is, probably not. ECS ability system. Yeah, Dr. Elliott, let's collab on a, not necessarily like a code or a plugin, but like, let's talk about the architecture a little bit for that. We should talk about that in Disc off stream or something. Because I kind of feel like I would still want to use like gameplay abilities and gameplay effects and gameplay tags, because those are all like, as containers, they're very nice. But it's, I guess it's the internals that I don't like. But like, look at this. Like, for the most part, the fireball ability happens reasonably. But then it's like this frame at like What is this? Sprite tick time? Like, why is there just like random ass shit? This is for the Fireball VFX. Every other Fireball VFX is 15 microseconds, but this one is 22 milliseconds. I mean, like, that's nuts. I don't know what the UDP messaging plugin is, but plugins. UDP. It's known for causing engine hitches. I mean, I'm not doing anything multiplayer right now, so would that still be impacting this? And also, what would I be missing out on if I disabled it? I mean, does that have any impact on multiplayer though if I turn that off? I feel like it would. Well, let's look at like a pretty normal frame. Let's just pick a normal frame here. What's happening? Yeah, we have a lot of VFX happening. Nice, we got some resources. What is the purpose of the UDP messaging plugin? What is the purpose? It was crashing. It was causing a crash. Next messages. Ring to bell. Blah, blah, blah. Message buses. Makes it possible to also send and receive messages between different processes on the same computer or between multiple computers. It is used by a number of our tools, especially in Unreal Frontend, for remote profiling, automation. I don't know, that sounds kind of necessary. I'll need to know more about that before just disabling it, but maybe it is the issue. I guess this is the time that kind of bothers me. I guess the VFX isn't too bad, although it does update, does take up quite a bit of the frame. Where are the melee attacks? I was expecting more melee attacks. Let's do more entities. Let's do 500. And let's also add. We're gonna add another. What did I just click? Where is that? Add another set of colonists. I'm clicking the wrong one, and I did it twice in a row. Okay, there we go. Let's add another. What is this? Enemy caster, colonist warrior. Let's add just like another colonist warrior. 2 to 1. 2 to 1. Are the fireballs still rendered? I don't know that they're, oh, they are. They are being still rendered even when I'm not looking. So there's one optimization I can make right there. So with it enabled, Unreal tends to spike at random moments, causing frame stutter. But yeah, some research is smart. Yeah, I guess I just don't know like what, because that post you sent, it said it was being used by like multiple systems, and it seemed to have some replication or some multiplayer implications as well, which I'm not like I'm not doing anything multiplayer right now, really, but I definitely will want to in the future, so. Okay, yeah, here's the melee attacks. I mean, yeah, the melee attack is essentially taking 1 millisecond to execute. Not good. Not good. And that's when it deals damage. And most of it is post-gameplay effect execute. And that's my code, actually. That's my code. So that's here. That's where this scope is happening. But I guess a lot of this is taken up by on-gameplay effect applied itself. Where's the first one of that happening? That would be here, right? Yeah. I'm applying 2 right here. Actually, this one might... This one's probably not doing anything. On damage dealt broadcast, but then the other guy takes damage and puts him in combat, so there are 2 being applied right there. That's probably these 2. Kind of great. Like, what takes so long up here at the front? Because I'm not really doing much in there. A log? Is the log what is taking so much? Checking depth? If he's already dead and taking damage, I add a loose tag. It's not present. I mean, I don't think that's what's happening. So it's essentially just doing that, which is nothing. Casting. If there's no game mode already, you know, setting it, which there should already be it by this point. So checking the attribute, context, casting again. Another log. I mean, why is that taking so long? Why is that taking hundreds of nanoseconds or microseconds? It's like probably like 150, right? I can do that, right? Click there and then click here. Oh god, what have I done? Okay, run that back. How long is this? That's I can't even read that. What is that? Oh, it's 130. There's 130 microseconds of shit happening here. That doesn't seem reasonable. Ability NMQ. Why is that why is that taking 200 microseconds? The ability NMQ does not seem like something that is that heavy. I'm just setting some timers, essentially. Calculate shouldn't really take that long either. Starting playing a montage? I mean, maybe that's... Am I doing montages for that, for the weapon swing? I don't think so. And getting the linked animation instance, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really seem like there's that much in there. It does add up quite quickly, though. If I wrote my own ability system, I could run it all async as well. Because like right now, The gameplay ability system just does not allow you to do anything off the game thread, really. Not any application. Yeah, I mean, a fireball impact getting executed here. 1.3 ms. Okay, so I guess my question now, I've looked at that enough. Let me look at like the fireball itself. Abilities, where is my fireball? Here's the projectile. So how do I get this to like not render when it's not shown on screen? Like, is there a checkbox for that? Oh yeah, this is an old cascade particle system. Yeah, so maybe I shouldn't spend so much time here. It does have an LOD. Significance. System will simply stop ticking. Okay, that sounds good. Thank you, Dr. Elliott. Max significance level medium. Okay, let's see. It's still gonna render though, right? I have to create the significance. It sounds like too much for me right now. Significance manager. Oh boy, yet another system I didn't know existed in Unreal Engine. Oh boy. I'm scared. Someone help me. It's small. We'll see about that. Auto deactivate. Allow manage ticking. Minimum duration between ticks. 33 equals tick at max. 30 FPS. 8 equals 120. So does having this at 0, is that impacting it a lot? Sure, I'll do 33. I'll do 30 FPS, why not? I was hoping that there would be like a, like on this thing, is there like some render settings? I was hoping that there would be a thing that just like, occludes it when it's not in view, you know? I'm gonna just say like, hey, don't render this when it's not on screen. Let's see how much of a difference that made though. Yeah, see, look at all that shit happening behind me that doesn't need to happen. I was like 60 FPS there. God damn, look at that. All gameplay ability timers happening. mean, all I would really need is like, so the way the weapon swings work for me is like, whenever it's all based on timers. I don't really rely on animation notifies. I do have animation notifies, but what I do is I just query the animation for where the animation notify is, and then I just like create a timer for that time to deal damage. Are you testing with freezing rendering? Of course not. I have no idea what that is. There's a console command, freeze rendering console. So what does that do? I mean, is that what does that do? Learn me freeze rendering. Learn me some freeze rendering. Because using the debug camera will still be factored into occlusion. Okay. So were they actually not, when I turned around, were they actually not rendered? Actually, I don't see them in here. Or maybe they weren't. Okay, yeah, I don't actually see any in here. And then over in here, I should see some. Yeah, there it is. There's a bunch of them. It's the red. The red is what I'm looking for. There's no red here. Okay, just type it. You'll see. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Okay, so I think I verified that that's not actually the case as well. But from a gameplay ability system standpoint, if I could just have the gameplay ability system process these things, like gameplay effects being applied or whatever, if I could just have it process that in the background, I mean, that would be really all I need. Or maybe not even in the background, just on a separate thread. And just like get through as many as it can, you know, before the frame ends. 22 ms of frame sync time for the when we activate ability and we spawn. I mean, I should be doing pooling for a lot of this stuff, I suppose. Although this is like a worst case scenario where 500 things are all in combat, all on screen right in front of me. That's like a worst case scenario for me. So I could be looking at these things a little too hard, but I mean, yeah, this gameplay ability stuff is it's saddening to see it takes this long. And really a lot of it just seems to be the post gameplay effect execute, where I'm like destroying an actor as well. Yeah, this process entities needs to go as well. That's bad. Maybe I should take a crack at that again, because this is just horribly unperformant. Let's try to do the let's change it all to entity squared, or not distance squared, because I'm doing a distance calculation for every time there, and that's just like horribly unperformant because of the square roots. I'm gonna change that right now. It seems like maybe the lowest hanging fruit for me right now. Chunk processor. Why did you do that? Entity chunk processor. Okay, distance. Let's actually update this to be distance squared. And hopefully that's a lot more performant. And I will need to change. I assume there's some places I'm using that in C++, but I know there's for sure. so many blueprints that I'll have to change. Okay, show me where I need to fix things. Okay, I guess I don't reference that. I guess I don't reference that. Yeah, curious to see. That should make a pretty big difference. I never knew for the longest time that the square root operation is actually pretty expensive, relatively, to a CPU. I only learned that in like the past year or so. Entity spawner, we're still at 500. Okay, let's that unit stats FPS. Okay. Go away. Thank you. Start the trace. Let's play full screen. A lot of them aren't in combat because they don't have, they're not set to initiate attack. They're set to like attack back only. And trace from, now we're at like 60 FPS, like 40-ish here. And also like the standalone performance should get better as well, which I haven't done a trace on that in quite some time. Some of my ability, like some shit should have broken. I thought things were supposed to break when I changed that. That's the state tree. Okay, yeah, so that still is not very performant. Okay, so let's take a look at this entity query and figure out... Am I sorting? Just strictly iterating through doing a nested loop for every entity, check every entity's position and see if it's close enough for me to aggro was actually a hell of a lot more performant than what I'm doing now, which is splitting everything up into chunks and then doing an entity query on that chunk with a radius. So I'm trying to figure out why all of a sudden, like this theoretically should be more performant. I am thread locking here, so I don't actually need to do this anymore. And maybe this should be, maybe the targeting processor should be a parallel 4. Although that could have scope lock and thread lock issues. I also iterate through all the players as well. I don't think that should be very expensive because there's only one player right now. That also didn't work. Entity query, player, ITR. Do that. This is iterating through the players. And this is like the remaining parts, and if I need it sorted, it does that. So I guess I was only using the distance for... Where else am I using distance? Identity transform. Oh, I think I know. Yep, right here. Okay. Okay. But I have this entity query where I can pass it a lambda for like which entities I want. There's the distance here, so I can change this distance squared. Minus target radius. I need to square everything here. Okay, let's see how much better that. I think that was some additional distance calculating happening there. Ooh, add Z leniency might be. No, that's just math. Okay. Math is math. Why does this seem worse? Why is my performance worse right now? I don't know how loud that was all for you. It's a lot better without the fireballs. It did on average seem like worse performance though. How many sounds are you spawning? Way too many. Way too many. 500 entities, so every time they swing it spawns a sound. Yeah. No optimizations happening there, unfortunately. Process entities. Okay, so I cut it in half essentially. That's good. About one second. Sounds take time to spawn in as well. Yeah, I've seen those in the trace. Limiting that will boost it even more. Yeah, that's a good tip. Okay, so I think that did take it down quite a bit. What is this guy? Thort. Okay, I don't think the sword is even happening. The query itself is still taking 7 milliseconds to get through everything, which just seems like way too much. Where does the query actually happen? Query function. Let's do this. Query function. Okay. So it seems, let me take a look at this again, entity query, and then we do that stuff, and then we do make results is at least half of the issue. Entity query, and then I go into the individual chunks. Scope block, we grid snap. Yeah, I feel like this shouldn't be that expensive. 2 milliseconds to get through a chunk of entities? A chunk's worth of entities. How bad is get entity transform? What are we doing here? We're getting the actor transform. So entity to avatar actor transform. I mean, yeah, there's quite a bit of shit happening there. Then we're just like packaging up a targetable into that array. Yeah, I mean, maybe for this I should reserve some here. And just kind of like assume, like, let's just assume that we're going to add all of the entities in this chunk. And we will allocate extra memory there, I suppose, but it can potentially be fine for processing reasons. See how much better this gets. Yeah, it's still very spiky. Very spiky. Okay, how much better is that entity query? Grabbing a random frame. State tree, 120 milliseconds. Yeah, it didn't actually seem to cut that down very much. The query function takes very little time. For the most part. What is this time right here? I have 2 milliseconds of like not even getting to a, like from here to here took 2 milliseconds. Like what? Like what? And the player iterator I'm not even seeing, which makes sense. Reserving memory didn't seem to help very much at all. I kind of would like to see how many, it would be nice. I would love to be able to format print a name here. Do not use this macro with a static string because in that case additional quotes will be added around the event scope name. Okay, let me see if I can do something here. What is this saying? What are you saying to me? Why is this? Why are you mad at me for that? I don't understand what you're saying. Implies specifier ls. Const char. I'm so confused. Oh, do I need to do this? Right. There we go. Okay. Let me see if that shows up any differently. Let's see if that works. Maybe that's why it didn't work to begin with. Okay, run the trace, run the game, full screen it. Okay, I just need a few like traces here. Test. A few trace frames. Oh no. Oh, I didn't turn on my... Oh yeah, they're on. Wait. Open that back up. Add filter, timer name, contains, yeah, do that. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's literally just doing trace name. Okay. How do I have like a dynamic? I would love to have a dynamic name here. Is that even possible? It's probably not possible. And if I inline this, if I inline that, it wants like a strict static name. Neat. Okay. Look at that sea of red. .4 seconds. Wait, it still says trace name. Didn't I run live coding on that? Okay, one last time, I hope. No, it still just says trace name. Wait, can I not like run live coding on it? Weird. Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe you just can't even do dynamic names here. It would be nice to log things like, you know, how many entities are in each one of these chunks. Although the make results is now absolutely dwarfing iterating through the chunks and then iterating through the entities. Should I in place instead? Is that more efficient? I need to rerun that live coding. That got weird. should maybe just add the targetable on here rather than have the avatar and ASC split apart. On this hit result. Okay, we are done with that. Okay, that should be good enough to find out. Okay, grab a frame. Here we are. Did that get any better? I don't think so. I don't think that really changed anything. Let's just like rip out all of this. Just put the entity and the location there. You know what? Let's rebuild while we're at it, just to make sure we're actually getting that code. Wait, did I just close? I actually just closed Unreal Engine. That's not what I meant to do. Okay. Turn on the channels that I like. Those are on. Okay, we're just gonna make sure we're spawning 500 still. Okay. Oh yeah, now it's not even putting them in combat because I don't have the right info on it. That's probably fine though, because it'll still be should still show up in the trace. Although the game thread performance being better probably helped the background frames not be so starved for resources. .6 milliseconds. Okay, well, that's because they're all, or 2.6 seconds. That's because they're all searching for a target. Make results still taking a long ass fucking time. I mean, maybe that made a bit of a difference, but like, I don't know. Didn't seem to make much. Doing the get entities within radius. I am sorting it. How come that seems to take So little time. That's kind of suspicious. I would have thought that the sorting would take longer. Interesting. I mean, I guess I didn't need to make any changes because I wasn't populating distance. So maybe it's longer otherwise. Okay, I'm kind of like struggling to make this more performant. Can I even do this second loop here? Because the process is iterate through all the entity chunks, get all the entities from them that have a valid ability system component, iterate through all the players, get all those, put them into this entities and players array that's just a bunch of targetables, an F targetable, and then iterate through those and decide which ones I want. I think maybe like let's change this a bit. I should maybe put back the oh, it's gonna be a pain in the ass. I was gonna say I should put the targeting processor back to where it was just doing a raw iterate over every single other entity and compare the two, but it would be kind of hard because of I would essentially need two different targeting processors, which is kind of a pain to set up. ASC, we'll just do entity there. Query function operates on a targetable, so I guess we should make a targetable anyway. Targetable, set that up real quick. We'll just do ASC here. Okay, and then we can actually pass the targetable in there. Hit, out hits, in place. Yeah, that should still work. Now I just kind of need to copy this, but for the player. Entity, ignore that. Okay, let's, now I need to get rid of these other ones. Or rather, just this. Out hit sort. Yeah, okay. I think this should all still work the same. Okay, now rerun my live coding. Okay, so let's see how much of a difference that makes. Do I still have the old trace open? Okay, so I can compare the two. I'm going to move this to this screen so I know that that's the old one. Live coding succeeded. Okay, let's do it. Let's do the thing. me that. Okay, I'm gonna compare these side by side. Give me like a frame. I'm looking at like a good frame here, so give me a good frame. Okay, 1.7 seconds. I mean, it's still kind of bad. It's still pretty bad. Entity query. That might actually be worse. That might actually be worse. I mean, the total thing takes less time, but I assume that's just because there's some that are in combat. It's just not doing it for everyone. Whereas this one, like, this is the old one. So entity query taking like 4 milliseconds over here, whereas entity query taking like 8, 12, and yeah. And this one was doing it for every single entity. That's why the overall thing is taking longer. Okay, so this was actually worse. Okay, that's actually interesting. Interesting. Okay, undo all of that. We'll get there. We'll get there. There we go. Okay, I think that's back to action normal. Very interesting. Yeah, so I really do want to go back to see if that other target processor was better if I just did a raw iteration. Although now I'm kind of relying on there being these entity hit results in the targeting processor. Okay, what if I did this? Let's try this out. So I need to entities. What's my constructor? A source object and a transform. What would the source object be here? Yeah, I guess I need to get some entity data here. Okay, hang on. So U, ability, system, entity data. There we go. Target AC already equals itself, or something I've skipped. And then I just need, is it that? Yeah, that's the same thing. And then I just need the location now. I forget if I can I do get location? Is that the same? Get transformed? No, that's not. No, that's not at all. I can, however, get the transform. Oh, it needs a transform. Okay, so I can just give it the transform. Okay. And that is if the entity is valid, get the entity transform. I mean, I can just do that directly in here. I already have I should have the entity subsystem in here already. Don't need to waste resources getting that. Blah 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 blah. Okay, I think this is the old way of doing it. I think this is how I did it the old way. Oh no, because I still need to do the distance check that I'm not doing now. Okay. Still need to do that. Target, transform. If, skip this one. Oh, I need to like check. Oh god. If it's not valid, just set it. Yeah, I think that's fine. If it's not valid, just set it. We shouldn't break though. We're not going to do that anymore because it's not sorted. Is that right, Copilot? Did you just like save me a lot of time? New target location, old target location. Just squared. Okay, I think that looks good, actually. Thank you, Copilot. Thank you, Copilot. Okay, let's see how much faster this is. If at all. If at all. Okay. Start the trace. Start the trace. Okay, so it's not working properly. They are not attacking the right thing at all. Okay. Yeah, that is not correct at all. That's not correct. Let's look at the trace regardless. That was kind of funny. They just all really hated one fucking guy really bad. Yeah, 300 milliseconds. I mean, that's like so drastically different. That's kind of crazy. So what the fuck is the point of my entity chunking system then if all it does is add overhead? That's kind of crazy. Why? I don't know. Well, first of all, this wasn't even working. It wasn't even working correctly. So maybe let's make it work correctly and then we will consider it. It should just be getting... Well, I'm not checking if the... I should be checking if it's less than this as well. Aggro radius squared. If dist square greater than aggro radius, yeah, continue. So skip everything out of the radius. But even so, it wasn't getting the closest one. Okay, so if we don't have a new target, if it's invalid, just set it to the current one. That's logical. Target component is getting the ability system component mutable. Target ability system, ASC. We get the aggro type towards. I mean, this all seems fine. And if the distance is less than... Yeah, why wasn't this working? Target ASC... Oh, because we were adding the... No, I mean, this logic seems right. What am I missing here? What was I missing here? Run that back. Let's run that back. Or let's actually rebuild. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick while that rebuilds. Just in time. Just in time. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they're just targeting one fucking guy. What? Why is my logic wrong here? It's entirely wrong. That's like, that is so fucking wrong. It's surprising to me. Okay, we'll still check the trace. Yeah, we're like under 300 milliseconds, so that's nice. Okay, so yeah, what's the deal? What's the dealio here? For each entity, old target location, distance squared from entity location to old target location. What is wrong? Like, I don't understand. I'm like failing leak code right now. What? Why? How? Oh, I see. I see it now. Oh my god. Okay. There's the issue. There's the issue. Okay, now they're all attacking different targets. That seems better. That seems better. Okay, that shouldn't have changed performance, but we'll check anyway. Wow, that was actually even less? Wow, that is like so much more fucking performant. Okay, so I used my entity chunking system, which apparently fucking sucks. Because that took like 1.2 milliseconds. Yeah, I guess like... I was like sorting. I wonder if that was the issue, because technically here I only have to run through it's an O of N operation. Whereas when I was doing the sort method with the entity chunking, it was it would have been n log n. 2 n log n actually, with how I was doing it. Okay. So I wonder if I dropped the sort, how much different that would be. So give me that. And, you know, let's just comment this out. I'll copy it first. Comment that out. Sorted false. Entity hit results. Okay. So target ability system then becomes entity target dot ASC. I guess I do have to cast. No, I don't. It's const. That's fine. Wait, what is this? Oh, I have to get. What are you of type U ability system entity data? Oh, okay. I'm so dumb. So just delete that. Delete that. So then target ASC just becomes... yeah, that. Okay, right. Okay. Entity targets. And then I don't need the... Do I need the transform? Do I need to transform? I mean, I guess I don't really. I do just need to make a transform. Which can just be entity target dot, probably just dot location. Yeah, location will be the location of the target. Target transform. We should already have the distance squared on it. And we shouldn't need to do the aggro radius check because that was what the query was for. So entity target, distance squared. Hold target dist. I guess I still need to do that, which I could just ignore. Yeah, maybe we do. Nearest. Yeah, we'll just do that. That's fine. Is valid? Do I need an is valid here? No. Okay, there we go. So now it's even more bare bones. Yeah, it might not, and that's on purpose. So, push. Okay, now through all that we can compare. Well, I got it down to like 86 milliseconds without using the chunk system. So now using the chunk system, but without using sort, how bad is it going to be? We shall see. You're working quite fine. Okay. What's the damage here? Dude, it's still 1.2 milliseconds. Like, that's nuts. Why does that take so long? Making the results. That's like kind of insane. The difference there is so insane. I don't actually understand what the fuck is happening. I wonder if it's just like, do I need to be better reserving? Yeah, I think I may need to like compact these. wonder if I did this new chunk dot dot wait, what is new chunk vector? Yeah, okay. Dot value dot entities dot compact. What is stable? I don't care about the order, honestly. So just compact. I wonder if that's going to change anything. Because then that's going to affect how fast they can be iterated over later. That will make the chunk processor itself take longer, but that's okay because that's just like a background thingo. Okay, new trace. Okay, should be enough. Still like a full millisecond or a full second. God damn, the difference is so substantial. It's kind of surprising. Well, is it something to do with the lambda? Each one takes anywhere from like 7 to 10 ms. So I'm wondering, like, get entities within radius. Unity query. I wonder. Let's take that out. I mean, how much better does that get? I wonder if there's just like some inherent overhead of using this lambda function. Okay, process your targets. Okay. Stop. Is this any different? That got a lot better, actually. They take like half the time now. Still way more than pure iteration. That took out like half the time though. Jesus. What was I doing here that was so... yeah. Targetable AC. Getting the pawn radius and the pawn half height. I'm getting the subsystem in both. So I'm wondering if I should, because this I think technically does do an iteration. No? Okay. Maybe that's not the issue. Okay, so that's one reason. That's one reason. I get entity transform. Is that expensive? I am actually already getting the entity transform. So I just need to do that. I mean that shouldn't make any really noticeable difference. Impact location, let's get rid of that. Yeah, I guess target radius, get rid of that as well. And it shouldn't be being sorted. So we got them down to running anywhere from like 3 ms to 10 ms. The overall process took 600 milliseconds-ish. Up to 1 second on some of the worst performing frames. 600 milliseconds on these better ones though, pretty predictably. Okay. Okay. Should be enough.
Okay. Still like 600. I mean, that didn't really, maybe took off like 100 microseconds. Make results now is a lot smaller though. Wow. Wait, that took like, there were several milliseconds that were shaved off that. From this? Get point along direction? Oh. What is this? Is this an inverse square root? Maybe that's... Maybe I didn't realize normalizing took that long. Did a square root. That was drastically better. I guess I don't understand why it still took 600 milliseconds though. I mean, down to 400 here. Okay, so maybe that's a bit of an outlier. Well, 660. What was it on? Let's pick kind of a bad frame here. Yeah, it was up to 1 second. And now most of it's in the chunk processor, in the chunky boy. I think in place is more performant. What happens when I guess nothing? Okay, just ignore that. I don't care that much. I suppose this is also somewhat expensive. Get entity transform. Get the transform data. Entity to avatar transform. And I guess what's happening here is I'm getting the default object for the avatar if there is one. Get simple collision half height. Is that expensive? Calc bounding cylinder. Maybe it is. It is. There's a square root. Oh my god, I'm finding so many square roots that I didn't know about. Okay. Okay, so just do false here. Don't get the actor transform. That's what's fucking me. And then go back to my targeting processor. Because I wouldn't do the... Oh no, I was getting the... I was getting the... Wait, what? That's so crazy. I was still getting the actor transform, so I was still doing that square root. But I guess I was filtering a ton out before that. Excuse me, had to sneeze. You're making good progress. Oh, I'm glad one of us thinks so. It's kind of baffling to me. Like the difference is so staggering. The difference is so staggering. But I appreciate the positivity. Okay, so I'm not going to do that anymore. Am I doing that somewhere else? Not in here. Am I doing it here? Variable transform to location. No, I'm not. Okay. Okay, we'll see how much of a difference that makes. Okay, wait for it all to happen. That should be enough. Okay. How much of a difference did that change make then? Oh my god, now we're down to 200 milliseconds. So, I mean, that cut it in like... That cut it in 3, almost. 200. 200, pretty... Yeah, oh my god, dude. Yeah, that cut it in 3. Dude, it's so crazy to me that a square root operation is that expensive. And it's also so crazy to me that there's these little square roots like deep in the source code that I didn't know about, like getting the collision radius, simple collision radius and stuff like that. I'm gonna have to check a bunch of other, because I just willy-nilly get the pawn half height and pawn radius. If there's gonna be a square root, I might just statically add that, you know, rather than like looking it up at runtime. Really curious what limiting the sounds will do. Well, I mean that should help the game thread performance, but that's not what I'm looking at here. I'm just looking at specifically the performance of the targeting processor. But we can probably take a quick look. I mean, the game thread performance is absolutely dominated by the instant static mesh actor tick, the timer manager, which like here's a little audio component right here, right? So a little bit here and there, little audio evaluate concurrency right there, sound asset, well, audio component play. So spawn sound attached, there's like 100 microseconds there for that. And where else? Move to processor tick taking up a lot of time as well. This is the representation processor, so that shouldn't be playing any sounds. Transforming components. I don't think this would have anything to do. This is like particle emitter stuff. Here's some audio thread things. It's only taken up about 500 microseconds. So, I mean, I don't think the sound is taking up too much of the game thread, to be honest with you. I can definitely make it more performant, especially with like shooting and like spawning the sounds. Like there's definitely a lot of sounds that I just straight up don't even need to be spawning because they're so far away. But for a lot of these frames, I don't think it probably matters a lot more at the beginning. Yeah, see, here's a bunch of audio stuff right here. Like audio component, 800 nanoseconds. And that's just like, that's updating the audio component position with the fireball as it's traveling. So maybe some of this gets smaller. I mean, there's a ms millisecond there, but that's again, there's an audio component, I think. FX. Well, no, most of this is updating the FX transform, and then there's just a very small portion of it that's updating some audio. I mean, not even all of that is audio. There it is. There's an audio component, so really not that much. Really not that much. Still, though, I just don't spawn sounds if you're not close enough for it. So. Okay, let's do a quick sanity check for the iterative way, not using the chunk processor for the targeting processor. So uncomment all of this. And then comment out up to here. Because what this was running at was 86 milliseconds. Which is way less than 260 what I've gotten this down to. But I guess where the chunking processor gains a lot of its performance will be because these are basically all in like, this is probably like 1 to 3 chunks that it's split up into. But when I have a whole world of chunks, a chunk is what I have now defined as 3,000 Unreal units. When I have them spawned across this whole world, then the chunk processor becomes a lot more efficient. Because it'll just skip hordes of entities. Even if it does take more than usual, it's still a better idea to use that. But I'm just using this as a comparison for now. Okay, we have some good frames here. Oh, okay, so process it down 142. 142 here. 142 there. Okay, so a little bit higher than what I thought. About 200 ms on the worst frames, on the resource starved frames. 135. Okay, so it's only about twice as inefficient. So not like terrible. Let me, because I am doing a actor transform here, which is a square root. So set that to false. Let's see how big of a difference that makes. So 1 square root for every entity. Let's see how much of a difference that makes. I'm glad that I'm learning things here today, especially about like the pawn radius and half height, potentially taking a square root, potentially taking performance away from me. Now it's down to 88 milliseconds. So that shaved off about, well, it was at like 130, 140-ish. So it shaved off about 60 milliseconds. That's, I mean, that's pretty substantial. That's pretty substantial. Let's look at some of the bad frames. Dude, the bad frames doing this iterative way, without the chunking, without any square roots, are better than the good frames doing the chunking. So I'm wondering if I just need to kind of change the API a little bit, because I think one of the benefits of doing it what I call the old way is that before I do any of this like distance squaring or anything like that, I'm actually filtering some out here based on if they're not alive or if they don't have the proper aggro type towards me, if I'm not like hostile to them. I do all that before I even do any sort of distance checking or anything. So I'm wondering if I just need a better, because I have strictly defined here that I get entities within radius, which passes in the query function itself, which has like a defined query function. So I think maybe I should maybe expose this. Is this private? No, this is public. Okay, so do I have a chunk processor subsystem? Do I have a method for that? I don't think so. Okay. Let's just do an entity query then. Then I'll need to copy the signature. We're essentially, we're just forwarding here. Yeah, no. Be include players. What am I missing here? Location, ignored entities, ignored players. Include players. Wait. Out hits. Location. Oh no, I need to do entity query. That's where I'm messing up. There we go. Okay. So make that. No, don't undo that. Create the declaration, please. Create the declaration, please. It doesn't want to. Writer's misbehaving. Okay, so let's rewrite this then. Target processor. So now, first of all, I guess we'll just copy, just to get a starting point. Let's copy this. Okay. Well, no, I need to use this actually. I mean, this maybe will still help a little bit, but I think we can maybe do even better. Maybe we can do even better. We'll start with this for now. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Aggro radius squared. Target location. I need the current entity location, so let's pass that in. Okay. And so let's put all of this. We're going to comment that out for now. Yeah, that's the old way. Oh, I'm lost. What happened? Okay, there we go. There I am. Comment all that out. Give me that back. Okay, so then we just take this. We're going to put it over there. These will just change to return false. And then we do the distance check. And then that just simply becomes compare. Yeah, okay. This, I feel like this is going to be a lot more performant. I will need to rebuild. And again, once I should maybe do some tests where what is this? Need to import ftargetable. Yeah, I need to do some tests where I spread out the entities more. What are we doing? Okay. And then I think the comparison will be a lot more drastic in favor of the chunking system. I actually don't need the distance square here. Targetable should already have that. Right? Oh no, it hasn't been calculated at that point because it packages them up later. Okay, never mind. That step happens after the query. Yeah, if it passes the query, that's when we do it. Our channels back on here. Okay, start the trace, start the game, full screen. They don't seem to be attacking the right person. A lot of them are attacking the same guy. Yeah, they don't seem to be attacking the right person. I may need to look at that more, but performance-wise should be the same. Yeah, still about 200 ms, so that didn't make a huge difference, I don't think. Maybe like a 50 ms difference, maybe? MS, 182. Maybe a small difference. I think what I can do. What else can I do here? I wonder actually... I could actually do this in place. Hang on, let me see this. Maybe instead of I need another method for like an entity iterator or something. Nearest hit, and then I could probably just take this and put it in here as well. Why are you so mad at me with that? Nearest hit, yeah, we can. Oh god. Nearest hit, entity target is like. Probably just hit, which, I mean, I guess is, let's take new target and put it up there, actually. New target, and then that will need to be the ref, because we're going to update that in here. Equals target AS. Well, I would need to build it here. Targetable dot transform. I guess I have the target. and what am I doing here? Okay. If this is squared less than... That's kind of annoying. Because I don't have anything to store the old distance squared. Although I suppose I could just do this like... Okay. Not all control paths return a value. And I suppose I return through there. Return false at the if I make it all the way through. I only return true. Actually, let's return false all the time. Because we're just using this as our own iterator now. Did I do this logic correct, though? New target. If we don't have a valid ASC in the new target, we're just going to set it to our targetable. It's already built for us. We will have done the distance square already. And that is from this entity location to the target location. That's actually a Boolean. I don't know why that's the case. So all this needs to happen in there. There was one point. It's in aggro radius and there's one already set. Just set it. Set the old distance squared to what we have. I need to put this here as well. And if the current distance squared is less than the old distance squared... Okay, set it. Okay, that was a doozy. That was a doozy. Okay, now this should theoretically be about doing the same thing now. Should still, I mean, they're both probably iterating over every single entity, because I think that like all the entities are being included in the chunks here, so it should be about the same. But again, when I start doing the tests, the larger world tests, it should be drastically different. Now we're down to 142 ms, 120 ms, 120 ms. Okay. Yeah, a lot better. 100 ms here. Okay. Yeah, now we're getting better. Okay, yeah, now that's getting a lot better. Okay. I think that's a pretty good stopping point for me today. So we're gonna raid Boom. So yeah, thanks everyone for stopping by. It was a nice long Saturday game dev stream. Happy with my progress. I fixed the thing I wanted to fix today and did a little bit more optimization. So yeah, appreciate everyone stopping by. Hopefully I'll see you guys again soon. So go tell Boom I said hello.